1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up?
Just here to sports.
What is up?
Just ready.
What's everybody doing? How we doing? What's going on? How are you?
Anyone else? Good? Bueller?
Anyone? It's me.
It is you. It is I. It is us.
Tis us.
Hold on, everybody.
Oh, God.
No,
right
we won't
off.
do that again today.
Yeah, let's.
Right off the bat. It was exhausting. Yesterday was an emotional roller coaster.
Yeah, I had those drops in my dreams.
Yeah, just thinking
night.
about it and all the different ways that they could play out. And then, Dusty and Danny were firing up some of those.
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
Oh, were they?
Oh, yeah.
I heard did you hear the last little bit they did there on the Australian guy
The
No.
Tauntaun farewell guy.
getting arrested?
I did not hear that.
Would you like to?
Yeah, it's great.
What happened here?
Well, it's just a thing. I was with Dusty. I didn't see it until today because Rex Chapman tweeted it out.
Okay.
And when Rex Chapman tweets something, typically you will see it.
Sure.
Because
Yeah, he's a big...
he's just like
He's a big Twitter presence.
he is, but that dude, I don't know what it is about the algorithm. He is like right in the middle of my algorithm.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's tweeting it, I'm going to see it 18
Sure.
times. So he had this, and it's just some dude who gets arrested, but he's not supposed to be being arrested. It's
What?
mistaken identity.
Oh, okay.
And he's just eating out at China. He's an actor, and he's eating a Chinese meal,
Mhm.
and
Someone comes along and accidentally, or he just looks like a...
well, they're looking for a guy it was an American Express deal where the guy was ripping off the credit card company who's dining and ditching or something. I don't know.
But basically, the cops are apprehending the wrong guy, and he's a theater actor, and so
Yeah.
he has quite a bit to say about it.
Yeah, so
And
this
he,
is
and he
him.
knows that he shouldn't be getting arrested, so
Well, yeah.
he plays
Right.
into
So
it.
he's protesting, as you would imagine, but he's doing so in a very theatrical way.
Yeah, this is him getting arrested.
But you just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what?
Come on.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before.
Get some cups.
Why did you do this to me?
Hop in the car. Get some cups.
For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? How dare get your hands off there. Ta-ta and farewell.
I just saw the video. Like they have to put him horizontal to stuff him in the back of the car.
Yeah, he's resisting.
But that looks old.
Oh, it is. It's from the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
think they
it.
said it's from '91.
Yeah. I like the ta-ta
God.
and farewell.
Well, I mean, I guess if you know you didn't do anything, then I mean, so
Yeah.
clearly he's doing bits. That can't be his real voice, right?
No, that's what I was asking those guys, and they said that's him.
That's just how he talks.
Yeah, but
He's doing bits.
It sounds like he's playing it up.
By the way, maybe it's different in Australia. I don't recommend doing bits with the American police.
Well,
I've never understood and I'm not here to say, good cop, bad cop. I get it, right? I'm not trying to start a whole thing. I have never understood in any shape or form it's the same thing like when you're getting kicked off the plane. I've never understood I'm just going to fight these people. Like, you don't win. Whatever situation you're in, it's a bad one, and you don't think it's fair. I've never understood the notion of let's just fight these people. Never in the history of authority have you ever fought one and then them just be like, you know what? You're right. Because you're fighting this, we're just going to go ahead and let you go. I've never understood that. Never.
well, he disagrees
I guess.
and made for a glorious clip.
Ta-ta, farewell.
Ta-ta and farewell.
Hands off my penis.
So he realizes that he's actually going to get stuffed into
Yeah.
the squad car.
Yeah.
And that's when he says, ta-ta and farewell.
And he does-
Okay.
And he does make them literally pick him up
Yeah,
and
yeah.
stuff him in the car.
Yeah.
Which, I know.
One of my favorite lines, and I always look for the subtle lines that get overlooked.
Yeah.
One of my favorites in there is, nice headlock, sir. Because they put him in a headlock. That's good stuff. Although he's supposed to be
times.
from Australia, but he's speaking like he's British.
I think he's in Australia and it's Australian authorities, and maybe he is British. Because I agree.
Yeah, because they were like, well, it's kind of the same. I'm like, no. That's not an Australian accent. That's British.
The Australian accent, it sounds like a drunk British accent. And by the way, there's lots of different British accents depending on where you're at. We get the blanket British accent, but it's totally
but
different. If
they're saying that's Australian, and that's not
that
Australian.
doesn't sound Australian.
No.
But again, having not been to Australia, maybe there's different Australian accents.
Well,
I don't know.
that's why I thought he was just kind of playing it up, like just being an actor.
That's kind of why
Acting!
I assumed.
You know, it's like, was that, who did that? John Lovitz?
That's John Lovitz.
Yeah.
Acting! Something like that's like swag when he does the play-by-play. I'm Jason Swigart, and I'm very important tonight.
Hold on, everybody.
And I talk like this.
Well, it is the show after the show.
It is the show after the show, yes.
Yesterday's show.
Yeah, I don't know where we go. I mean, normally...
Well, John Ludwig said it. He saw me walking by in the hall, and he goes, Rob, he goes, my God, those drops. I said, John, sometimes, every once in a while, you find gold.
The universe opens itself up to you and lets you know what is possible. And then, you don't know where to go. It's like the day after the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
Like, we love the Super Bowl. We're all geared up for it. But then afterwards, there's kind of like a malaise where you're like, oh, man, like, what do we...
It's a new era.
Yeah, what do we do? The era has become.
That's right. Well, there was the era before Swag called UP to the tournament, and now there's the era beginning after.
What are the
era has become.
What are the chances that UP goes on some sort of run and gives us more Jason Swigart?
Well, there's going to be at least one game.
I mean, we can only hope.
They're coming to Portland. Is that what?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, Portland's a regional.
Yeah,
but I guess the first round is maybe in Corvallis since Oregon State's hosting, so maybe they go down there.
I'll tell you what, if you're UP and you get, I mean, is that a good thing going to Corvallis? Like, or are you like, of all the places we could go, like you're hoping for like a good experience and you get Corvallis?
Yeah, I think if I'm a player, I'd want to go somewhere cool.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Chances are
they've already been to Corvallis.
Yeah, that's my thing. Chances are UP, no offense, they're,
What are you talking about?
Chances are you're one and done, right? Like,
I don't know.
I don't. You were the third seed, right? Third or fourth seed in the Women's West Coast tournament. You needed to win in order to get in. So
3 seed, I think. Yeah.
3 seed. So I don't know where they're at on the line, but I just if I'm gonna do that, even if it's a little tougher matchup, I would like to go play. It's like if you when you're at Boise State and you get signed up to play in the famous Idaho Bowl, like you don't want that.
Yeah,
you want to go somewhere. You want to go play someone cool. Chances are you're a long shot in the tournament. Give me a cool matchup, give it to me on the road, and, let me take my chances. I don't want to play in my backyard. Now, if you're like a 1 seed, right? If you're a 1 or a 2, then I think there's a real advantage to playing at home, right? And then you're like, stick close to home and that whole thing.
In the men's tournament, they won't let you play at home, right?
No. They will not.
But in the women's...
you start neutral site first round in men's.
Yes.
But in the women's, you host it.
Yes. But in the men's tournament, they do try to give people the nod. Like if you're a West Coast team and you're a 1 seed...
Well, you go to the regional that's
closest to
closest.
you. Yes. And like the number 1 overall seed, you try to get, Kansas ends up somewhere in the Midwest. But yeah, in the women's tournament, you host. You host. And then, the regionals are spread around after that.
Yeah, all right. Good stuff.
Indeed.
Well, I hope Swigart made it back okay. I did see him tweeting about the plane ride back.
Yeah.
Where they had the trophy,
They doing the whole thing?
Well, yeah.
It was a big old celebration. Well, it's commercial airliners. I don't know how any of that goes.
Well,
Football doesn't fly commercial, so.
They were in the cockpit with the pilots.
Oh, okay. So I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Like I remember when I was a kid and I would go see
not all of them, just one with the trophy.
Yeah, he can't have an entire team. And then there's an old creepy pilot and he's inviting ladies to sit on his lap and then it's the whole thing. The FFA can't be they can't approve that. But I remember when I was a kid, we'd always go to the Great Alaskan Shootout. And I would fly up sometimes for Thanksgiving and then I'd have to fly back. And often I was always surprised because the teams would just fly commercial and I just would look at, Louisville would be on our team or on our plane and you just see like a bunch of 6'11" guys. You're like, son of a gun. Like that can't be fun. Yeah. But in football, everyone charters everything, so you don't have to deal with that. But I'm assuming even most men's basketball teams, you're not chartering planes, you're flying commercial, and I just don't know what that I don't know what that situation is when you're trying to have a good time. Because when we would win, if you wanted to have a good time, you could really have a good time on the airplane. The rules really didn't apply to you. But I'm guessing that there's some flight attendants that probably aren't going to take kindly to you having some sort of drunken shenanigans because you won a basketball tournament. They're like, sit your ass down.
Yeah, it's funny. You just made me think of this for the first time ever. And when you fly commercial, every once in a while you run into a team.
Yeah.
I don't know, some tennis team, some
Yeah.
volleyball team,
You
whatever.
you see them all dressed up.
I am always under the assumption that they are going to a tournament. I have never once thought about the fact that they would actually maybe be coming back.
Yeah, they do come back from time to time. You don't just get to see.
Because they never
That's a good
celebrate.
point. You're always like, oh, they must be going to such and
Yeah,
such. It's like,
I wonder where
or
they're
they're
going.
just going home.
Yeah, but maybe they're just going home.
Yeah.
And they're really excited because they just won. I've never had that.
But you
Well,
can't.
it's not like they dress in their street clothes to go home and not their, their
Yeah, they
team.
always wear
Maybe
the
that's what
stuff.
it is. Maybe that's what it is that when they wear their team issued stuff,
You think they're-
you feel like they're
On their way to a game kind
starting.
of a deal?
Yeah, they're going.
but they wear that everywhere.
Do they on the
Yes.
way home?
Yes. No one carries regular clothes. You just carry your team stuff, and so you are dressed like that going to and fro. And yeah, you can't. That's what I'm saying. You can't really party. You can't really throw down on a commercial
No,
airline.
You have to have etiquette because I don't care about your win.
No one does.
Yeah, I mean it's like I'm sitting there on 15B. Shut
Yeah.
the hell up about your tennis championship.
Exactly. But I always felt bad because like the stewards or one of the flight attendants.
Now if it's UP, I would.
Yeah, and then
I'd
you're
be
like,
like,
hey,
this is great.
let's go. I always felt bad for the flight attendants because they try to keep some sort of order on the charter planes, but there's not.
Well,
It's-
why? What do they care?
Well, I think
What are they protecting?
I think the idea is that you're trying to follow some form of takeoff, landing, seatbelt, that whole thing, and it's right out the window. You got a bunch of dudes on painkillers.
Literally.
You got other dudes just spreading out. People kicking seats down, like bending the seat in front of them
So
over.
they'll come by, even on a charter flight. They'll come by and be like, "Sir, could you
Yeah,
put
no.
your tray table up?"
And then after about the 8th time, they just kind of get disgusted and they give up. And some of them are pretty cool. Some of them realize that you're hurting cats at that point. Just let it go. You're not going to win. And then others continue to fight. And you're not getting kicked off the plane. If the middle linebacker isn't following regulations, no one's booting him off the plane. So, it just behooves everyone to try to maintain some level of civility. But I've definitely been on ones that go south. And you think about the pro planes, because those are private. Those aren't chartered. Those are straight private planes. The Blazers have their own, and then you can really do what you want. There's like a bedroom in the back. And,
Don't I know it?
oh yeah, guys are playing cards for buku bucks, and then it's anything goes. I've never been on one of those, but certainly I've heard the stories.
All right. Well, and somebody texts, shouldn't where they are going kind of give you a hint as to if they're going to or from the game? Sometimes, but not all the time. It depends on where they're from. It depends on what the team is.
Well, and half the time you don't even know. You just
Right.
see a bunch of athletic looking people, and they're wearing tracksuits.
Right. And it takes a while to figure out what kind of team they
Yeah, you're like,
You're trying to size them up based on their builds
Yeah,
and
you're
like,
looking.
are those wrestlers?
And it's one thing, like if it's Kansas, you can see the Kansas logo, but half the time the logo is something you've never seen or
It's a
heard.
directional school from
Yeah,
somewhere,
right.
and you're like, what's that maroon and gold? I don't.
Yeah. Are they from Oregon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See them all the time at the airport.
Well, guys, it's time to go. Are you ready to go?
Not really, but
You
let's
ready
do,
to
let's
party?
do it anyways.
over! We think.
I'm telling you, I'm still emotionally drained. I'm feeling a little under the weather, I think, from the Jason Swigard episode yesterday. I don't know if I can recover.
Well,
Hold on, everybody.
you're going to have to try because we got a big show.
See what we can
Our
do.
Beavers have already started against UCLA here.
And more importantly,
Pac-12
we
tournament.
found out that the Tinkler will return.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
What did he get, an extension or something?
No, they just said he's coming back. I think mainly because they can't afford to fire him, but he's coming
why
back.
fire him?
I think he's got like almost $9 million left, and so
That's why.
he's not going anywhere. Yeah, I think
We
budget
just got him to the Elite Eight a couple years ago.
a couple years ago.
Come
Yeah,
on, man.
yeah.
I mean,
I don't know what to make of the Tinkler. Like
I don't either.
He's had his moments, but
Most places he'd already be fired, but
Yes.
at Oregon State, it's like, all right, just
Well,
and
there's-
people like him.
yeah. And then you're going into the Pac-2 now, and there's
it's
some
like you're fine.
Yeah, some stability.
I do
Just-
think there's like a little bit of like, we don't. I mean, what does it even matter? Just stay.
but like the women's team's doing great, and so it's maybe there's some expectations. But yeah, they said today that
The Tinkler's
the
returning. okay.
Tinkler will be back for
That's
another
great.
year, regardless of what happens.
That's great. Our poll question is next on the Fan.
It's the Vancouver Ford
All right, time to party. Right here on The Fan. Sports Talk Radio, like the legend of the Phoenix.
We rise from the ashes of Jason Swigard.
Here is the poll question. AAA Heating and Cooling, family business helping families for over 60 years. AAAIAQ.com. It is housed on X at 1080 The Fan. Yesterday, get to that first. Which quarterback on the move the last few days would you least want? We had Sam Darnold, Marcus Mariota, Gardner Minshew, and Jacoby Brissett. Who do you think won that?
It's a lot to not like. Probably Brissett. I think he's the guy that most people probably associate with kind of being blah.
One of those guys got 49% of the vote.
And it wasn't Jacoby Brissett, huh?
Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I can see that too.
Nobody likes Sam Darnold.
Well, I talked yesterday about like draft position bias and that's or draft, I guess, slot bias where you get drafted. And that's all Sam Darnold is. Sam Darnold sucks and has always sucked. And yet the Colin Cowards of the world loved him coming out of college. And obviously a lot of people did, and he got drafted high. And so there's just this belief that if you go that high, there's no way you can be this bad. Well, sometimes you're just that bad. But you keep getting chances where if Sam Darnold had been drafted in the 5th round, he doesn't get these chances. I'll be interested to see like with Zach Wilson, because Zach Wilson sucks. Like there is no way around it. Zach Wilson is all kinds of terrible. And I'm wondering if he's so bad and has looked just, and just the narrative around him, I wonder if he is so bad that the draft slot bias will not apply to him. Because occasionally it does. Like Josh Rosen, although he hung around for like 5-6 years, but never really got a chance to play. Like Rosen, it was like middle of the road with that. He didn't hang around for 10 years, but even that guy who was all kinds of bad bounced around to 3 or 4 spots before finally someone was like, get out of here.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like Darnold's like the poster child for why it's hard to draft a quarterback.
Yeah.
Because he had pretty much everything, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
it's all you wanted. Size, arm, you know, pedigree.
Yeah.
A couple big years at USC wasn't like a one-hit wonder.
Big Rose Bowl.
Yeah, whereas Wilson was like a one-hit wonder. And maybe that's why it doesn't stick, is Zach Wilson, BYU, is a one-hit wonder versus USC and, you know, kind of a multi-year starter. But, you know, it's amazing how often these quarterbacks who have done nothing, and I mean nothing, keep getting jobs and good paying ones at that too. You know, at least Marcus, you know, you say what you will about Mariota, who hasn't been great. Marcus has won a playoff game. In fact, might have won 2. And Marcus, you know, he's not a starter, but he's shown that he can play the game. He's not, you know, he's not the worst. Whereas some of the, again, the Rosens and the Zach Wilsons, it's like, ugh. Even Ryan Leaf got another shot, like down in Dallas, even after that disastrous turn with the Chargers and an injury on top of that.
Well, 49% went to Darnold. Let's see. Jacoby Brissett finished second, 24%. Marcus Mariota, 22%. Gardner Minshew, everybody loves him.
Well,
only 5%.
Yeah, again,
didn't want him.
He's shown some. He's shown some stuff.
He's all right.
There's times he has moments, but I would also like to point out that Josh Dobbs had some moments last year. Yeah. Remember for like 2 weeks when people were like, "Oh, they found their quarterback," and then like 2 weeks later,
this guy could be the starter.
Yeah,
no, he's not.
You know, then you throw 5 picks, and it's like, just sit down, Nathan Peterman.
Josh Dobbs,
sit down.
Where's he now? Is he still in?
They cut him, right?
They cut him.
Oh no, Arizona, because it was the Vikings who cut him.
Well, the Vikings is where he had his little resurgence. He started the year.
Traded,
he started the year in Arizona, and then he ended up in Minnesota. I don't remember if he was cut or if he was traded.
It says here he's with Minnesota.
So they kept him. So, but yeah, he was. That's where he had his little, what have you there in Minnesota. His moment where everyone loved him. He's an aerospace engineer guy, and you know he was also he had a couple moments down in Arizona too. Like he's one of those guys that for like a week or two he can fool you. Where you're like, there's something here. No, there's not. It's not there.
Yeah, Mariota led the 20-point comeback in Kansas City in that playoff game. You remember that?
Yeah.
To go to the AFC title game, I think.
He's, you know, Marcus is...
Good little W.
He's
I remember watching that game.
Yeah.
That was yesterday's poll question. Here is today's. It is already up there on X at 1080 The Fan. Vote hard. Today we're asking you,
ready to go.
Which happens first? A West Coast team wins the big dance. The Mariners win the World Series. Ducks win the college football playoff. Or the Blazers sell.
Interesting.
Blazers.
I can't see a West Coast team winning the whole thing. I mean, Arizona's good this year, but...
Would you count Gonzaga, who's been close, gone to the championship a couple times?
Of course.
They're not that good. I mean, they started out the year a little rocky, but they're all right. They're all right. Gosh, the only one in there that I think is conceivable is I guess Oregon winning the title, but I think it's harder than ever to win that title.
No, I definitely think it's conceivable Arizona or Gonzaga wins the tournament. I don't know about Arizona this year for sure.
I'm going to go with Blazer Cell.
First, before any of those?
I think you got about you're going to get at least a minimum of 5 with Jody. That probably stretches to 8. So you're going to go 8 years. And let me just follow this logic. Okay.
I don't know, man.
I know 8 years is a long time, right?
I was going to say 15.
Oh, you think she sticks around for 15?
I mean, I don't know when she's going to.
Well,
I think she might croak before she sells it.
They said a reasonable amount. I'm going to put a reasonable amount. I'll even give you 10. 8 to 10. She's not selling in 5. She's here for a while. She's dug in. Well, we found out, too, she's making 150 mil running that thing. She gets to use all the assets, and, she says there's no incentive for her to sell. So let's go 10 years. I'll give you 10. 10 years here before she sells.
Okay.
And that seems like a long time. But let's take a look. Have the Mariners ever been to the World Series, let alone won one?
No.
Have the Ducks ever won a national title in the history of college football?
No, but they are trending.
Yeah, they're trending, but it's never happened. Arizona last won a title in 1997, 96?
Yeah.
And that was
97.
the last time that not just Arizona, but a West Coast team won a national championship.
27 years?
So all of a sudden, when you look at that 10 to 12, I'll even give you 12 years. That starts looking pretty good. So if I'm a betting man, I'll go with Jody, because maybe someone comes along with just a stupid offer. Maybe I don't know, the Walmart people or whatever that bought the Broncos, the Waltons are like, let's get into the NBA,
Well,
and they're
Phil's worth enough. Just up the offer. He only offered $2 billion.
He offered $2 billion.
Come on, Phil.
Yeah, it's probably going to take 4 to 5 at least to pry that away.
Make an offer she cannot refuse.
There you go.
If you really want it.
Exactly. But I'll say the Blazers sell before any of those other things happen, just because history is not on any of their sides.
Okay. Well, guys, vote. I'm sure that will probably win, but we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll update you tomorrow.
Vancouver Ford text line. Blazers sell. It's the only thing that is inevitable, and that is true. Eventually, they have to sell.
Yeah.
There ain't no.
Well, that's the idea. The idea is, with this poll, is one of those 3 things. Will it happen before the Blazers sell?
Yeah.
Which I think, I was thinking 15 years, 10 years, 15 years.
Of those,
I think a West Coast team winning the big day. Arizona could win it.
Yeah.
Arizona can win it.
I think I might lean if you said which one of those. I mean, taking a West Coast team
will happen.
Well, taking a West Coast team, you get more, like just from the odds.
You do,
but really,
who else?
Well, it's Gonzaga or Arizona,
yeah.
And I feel like Gonzaga in the NIL world isn't the same anymore. They're just not, and so that kind of leaves Arizona. Like
UCLA, USC at some point.
Hey, the Mariners have good pitching.
That's the one I'm probably least confident in, is the Mariners in the World Series.
They aren't good right now. It's not like they're in the
and they made the
basement.
postseason 2 years ago, and last year they flirted with it.
And then you got the Duckies, who they're one of the favorites to win the college football playoff.
It's either Oregon or
they're like top 4.
It's Oregon or the West Coast.
But we don't feel like that's. That one's weird for us because. We're like, no way they're going to win the college football playoff, right?
I mean, they played in it twice. I don't know. That's an interesting one. But I think it's way harder for teams like Oregon to win now because you have to go through so many good teams. But the way they're recruiting, if they keep it up, then maybe not.
Oh, San Diego State made the title game?
Oh, there you go.
That's right.
Yeah.
That would count.
That would count. Who did they lost to?
Last year.
UConn. Yeah. Well, you know what? We forget about old San Diego State.
St. Mary's could make a run. They're West Coast.
Not winning. Come stop it.
You stop it.
Although we probably would have said that about San Diego State.
Beavers
with the Tinkler?
2021, right? Wasn't that?
Pac-2, bitches.
Wasn't that 2021?
I think so.
That was the Cade Cunningham year. They beat Oklahoma State.
2021. Dominated them. Hey, that's the thing is about this. You just never know.
You never know.
Maybe the Ducks.
History has not been.
In basketball.
History hasn't been on our side.
What happens first? Ducks win an NCAA tournament championship or a college football playoff championship?
College football playoff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Don't underestimate the brush.
No, but college football playoff. Well, you got to beat some teams first. As much as I like Dan Lanning, because my UW fans love to point it out.
Well, it's all they have to point out.
It's all they have to point out. But
it's like the last thing they can.
It is, but there is an element of truth to it. Like Lanning's claim to fame is almost beating Washington.
Yeah, there's not an element of truth to it. It's true.
It's true.
But
Like-
Washington fan needs to. I mean, look, they're
Well,
butthurt and they're
yeah,
you know,
you're holding on to it, but that is one
bad
thing.
things have happened to them, so they're like,
They-
okay, well, let's just go back to this well.
They do have it. It's a good well though. It really is. Like,
yeah,
people-
it's certainly legitimate.
People are like, oh, well, Oregon's, and Washington
But I
can
think-
point to and be like, well, you should try to beat us first.
Anytime you can turn back to your rival and say we
yeah.
don't care about any, like throw everything else out, we still have this. That's the trump card.
Yeah, they're 3-0.
But use it while you can, because I think the thing about that is like Lanning's just getting started. He's just started.
So's Jed.
Oregon had won 12 or 13 games in a row against Washington, and then you get 70 hung on you, and you get the Browning point, and it's like,
Yeah.
well, there goes that.
Yeah, Jed Fish will be at Washington for how long? Go.
3 to 4 years.
I'll
I would
take
say
the under.
3.
I take the under. 2
I thi-
years.
Well, and here's the thing, too. Old Billy there in Florida isn't doing so well. So the moment he gets kneecapped,
Is Fish like
He's a-
on Florida's radar? Is
he's
he
a
a Florida
Florida
guy
that's where you got to start.
at
So,
University of Florida?
University of Florida. So he's doing the
Is he-
gate. He'll leave and take the Florida job.
Well, but do they? I mean, that's
Yeah, they-
that's the guy.
they-
Jed. What is it? What is it with Jed Fish, dude? Hold on. Okay, I know they were good at Arizona last year, but do you remember several years ago we were talking about Bruce Feldman,
Yeah.
who was at that time writing for maybe ESPN or something. I don't know. He's bounced around.
I think he was writing for SI, but
Okay, whatever. Wherever he was writing, that dude would always put Jed Fish's name into every coaching search, and it would be like, dude, that. First of all, we're like, who is Jed? Nobody wants Jed. Why does he always put Jed Fish? Because he was, I don't know if he's buddies with him or his agent had him place his name in there. But Jed Fish was always the guy that was mentioned. And everybody like, what? And then he would never get hired. He goes to Arizona. He middles around. I don't know where the hell he's been. He goes to Arizona. He has one good year, and now all of a sudden he's like the next coming of Florida's head coaching vacancy.
he
Come on.
can recruit. He runs he recruits really well. He runs a great offense, and if he has some success at Washington in 2 years, if Florida will come a calling, and then we get to do this all over again because that guy has never stayed anywhere. He is a hobo of college coaches, and he's been all over the NFL. And that's the thing too, is like it's hard to get a read on him because he just moves around so much. But
I don't know, man. I feel like Washington. I feel like he's more likely to flame out at Washington than parlay into Florida.
yeah,
put
he
it
was a
that way.
GA in Florida in 99, 2000. That's where he got his start, and he like bird dogged his way in. He was like a nobody.
He worked, I think, in the high school ranks in the Gainesville area.
We're also forgetting too that when Washington got hosed because DeBoer went all the way to the championship game, so they had a very small lot to choose from for their head coach. Like if they had a complete open search at the start of,
I still think they end up with Fish.
no, they don't.
I do.
Jonathan Smith.
I think they. End
Well,
up
maybe John. Yeah, there you
yeah,
go.
maybe.
Yeah, I don't know that they end up with Fish.
Fish since being at Florida has been to the Houston Texans, the Baltimore Ravens, the Denver Broncos, the Vikings, Seahawks, Miami, Jacksonville, Michigan, UCLA, Rams,
Oh my God.
Patriots, Arizona, Washington.
And he's
You're
not an
kidding.
old guy.
Yeah,
No.
how many years is that?
It's a lot.
How many stops is that in how many years?
It's a lot. And he's only 47. The dude just
Well, how many stops is that in how many years? You like
all right, so
That
from
was at
Florida,
least 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
12, 13, 14. 14 stops
In-
since 1999. 24 years.
oh my gosh.
He moves around a bunch.
So he basically, that's insane. It's like
Dude.
more.
Yeah.
It's he moves more frequently than every 2 years.
And look, even okay, so let's just say he's really good.
The longest he's been anywhere, it appears to be with the Ravens from 04 to 07.
3 years.
3 years.
The longest he's been anywhere is 3 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just say he's really good,
Mm-hmm.
and you choose him over everybody else. Why would you choose him? He doesn't stay.
Yeah. Well,
Why would you?
Washington thinks they can make him stay. And you're right. They were
No,
kind
they
of.
don't. They were caught.
They
They
were
They
caught.
had to hire a
They
guy
had to
like
hire
him
him,
because that's all they had.
Yeah.
It was too late in the process.
I do think it's a good hire, but I do think he's going to leave you. The track record is much like the West Coast thing. Like the track record does not indicate that he's willing to stay. Bit of a commitment guy, clearly, right? He
Well, he
loves
just
those.
seems it, too.
Loves those. Oh yeah.
He just seems real
Yeah.
snake oilsy.
He'll eventually get back to Florida. If you're a
All right.
Washington
What an
fan,
exciting time.
your favorite team besides Washington is the Florida Gators. You need the Gators to get good and get good fast.
Well, I know Duck fans probably hoping for 2 straight defections to Florida, right? Because that's
Yes.
what they had to go through.
yes,
With Mario and Taggart,
Although that worked out good for you.
I guess.
Maybe when Leipold comes to Washington, then we'll be fine.
Leipold, yeah. Dude, he's making $8 million a year.
Yeah,
$7 million a
It's a
year.
lot of coin.
At Kansas.
Yeah.
We stepped up. How you feel about that? A lot of milk. How's that make you feel, BYU boy?
I'm a basketball school now. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't worry about football anymore. We're a basketball school. 3 whites and an Egyptian.
It's over.
We got Texas Tech next tomorrow. I'm gonna bitch slap.
You
them.
guys won tonight
Yeah.
already.
Yeah.
They played today.
Central Florida. Kick
BYU.
their ass. Texas Tech up next.
All
Watch
right.
out, Kansas. We're coming for you again.
Which happens first? West Coast team wins the dance. Mariners win the World Series. Ducks win the college football playoff. Blazers sell. That is the poll question. AAA Heating and Cooling. It is on X at 1080 The Fan. Coming up next, rest in peace, Pac-12 tournament. Here is Buckley.
The Fan.
Yeah, the people rooting for Florida so that Jed Fish stays at Washington,
Yeah.
which I think is hilarious that we've already got him out the door, and he hasn't even coached a game yet at Washington, but
Yeah.
his track record would suggest he is probably already out the door.
He's already looking for property down there.
But
His buyout isn't that much. I think it's like 12.
Florida, somebody texted us on the Vancouver Ford text line and reminded us of Florida's schedule, which I think we went through not too long ago.
We did, because it's pretty hellacious, right?
Dude, yes. Like this guy, who's that guy? Who's their coach? What's his nuts?
Billy Napier?
Yeah, Napier is out. he's gonna get fired because here's their schedule.
Yeah.
So they open against Miami.
Okay.
And Miami got Cam Ward. Like some are saying Miami might be the best team in the ACC this year.
Okay.
Samford, Texas A&M,
Hey,
Mississippi
Samford,
State,
that's a win. Come on.
and UCF. Okay, so those are your first 5. Okay,
Yeah.
manageable. Here we go. At Tennessee, hosting Kentucky, hosting Georgia, at Texas, hosting LSU, hosting Ole Miss, at Florida State. Yeah, good luck, dude.
Wow.
Napier's gone.
Jed Fish in 3,
Jeez.
2,
Boy.
and 1.
You know, I don't wish that upon anyone. I know Duck fan would laugh, but oh my God, would that be brutal if he bailed after a year?
Well, who would be the next guy at Washington?
I think you'd probably look at Kansas. I think you'd
Leipold, yeah.
Well, because he was the other guy that they were looking at.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. What about
Again,
Jonathan Smith?
I was going to say, maybe you see if Jonathan Smith that wants to leave East Lansing after a year, but I don't know how many coaches want to be viewed that way. Like, it takes a certain kind of dude to be who was the Todd Graham. To leave after a year, I don't know. I mean, that'd be tough. But yeah, you'd probably look at Jonathan Smith. You'd look down at Kansas at Leipold, and
This is America. We're about winning
I
championships.
think Todd Graham is available. Probably.
Yeah, he hasn't resurfaced since Hawaii, right?
No. Well, there was a mutiny. Go look at, if you want to see what a true a-hole of a coach is, look up what happened to Todd Graham down in Hawaii. Like, there was a full-on mutiny. So that happened at Arizona. I forget who the coach was, but a number of years ago, there was a full-on mutiny down in Arizona. And I guess you had a little one at Arizona State because they
Wasn't that Makovic?
Yeah, that's who it was. They everyone just was like, nope, we're not doing this. Arizona State had one where everyone turned on Herm. Remember, they ratted Herm out.
Yeah, including coaches on the staff, too.
Yeah.
Poor Herm. Got railroaded, that guy. Such a good coach.
Yeah, clearly. He had like the 1 year where it wasn't so bad. And
Well,
then
remember, he wasn't going to be a coach. He was there to be the CEO.
he had a CEO and apparently followed no rules whatsoever.
football.
Hey, Antonio Pierce landed the Raiders job based on that.
Quite the parlay.
That is quite the parlay.
Guess Herm's record.
At Arizona State?
Yeah.
How many years? Was he there 3?
He was there. No, it was more than that, wasn't it?
I don't
I don't know that it was much longer than
It
that.
wasn't that
was
long.
it?
Hold on, I got you. It was 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, it was 5, but you've also got,
Got a COVID year in
COVID.
there.
You've got COVID, and you've got the season where he only coached 3 games and then he got turfed.
Then he got turfed. By the way,
So 3 full seasons.
he also got fired in the end zone. I mean,
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
like, I'm not certain which is better, getting fired on the tarmac or getting fired in the end zone.
So I'll give you just do the 3 seasons because we'll throw out COVID.
Throw out COVID.
And he went 1 and 2 in 2022, and then he got fired. So we'll
Okay.
throw that out. So 3 full seasons.
3 full seasons.
What was his record? That's 39 games
39 games.
of
So
football.
I think he's probably 500. I'll give him, what is that?
Baby.
Yeah, so-
39.
39. So yeah, he's 19. I don't know.
19 and
I'll go less. I'll say he has 12 wins in those 39 games.
Yeah, I'm going 19 and you know what? I'll go 20 and 19.
2019.
2019 is a game above 500.
Revisionist history, you bums.
What do you got?
23 and 16.
Whoa!
That's
Look at
right.
Herm.
That's right. Let's go, Herman. Let's go, Herman. Yeah, he won.
And then got ratted out by his own staff.
So Herm went 7 and 6 that first year, and we were like, "What? What?"
Yeah, I had to apologize.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't say we. You did.
I did. Football's football. He proved it.
That's right.
You know what? He did football.
And then in
The best part of football is football.
Yeah.
And so you got to do
you
football.
got to do
Herm
football.
did football.
2019, he went 8 and 5,
Yeah.
and they won the Sun Bowl. Then there was the COVID year; they went 2 and 2,
Hells yeah.
and then they went 8 and 5 again, and lost the Vegas Bowl. And then the next year, he got fired.
I do enjoy too that he was hosting all kinds of recruits when you couldn't because of COVID, and then he claimed that like he wasn't there, and players had already shared photos of them on campus with Herm Edwards
and Antonio Pierce.
Yeah, he pulled a Shaggy. Like they caught him on the bathroom floor. He's like, "Wasn't me." Like Herm, we've got you. Like there's photos of you. He's like, "Nah,
Don't press in."
It wasn't me.
I thought he just basically said, "Yeah, whatever." I don't. Didn't he just say like, I don't really know the rules. I'm not really a college coach. I didn't know you couldn't do that.
Herm might be the most oblivious man.
No one told me.
No. And I also remember that when he had his opening press conference, someone from like the Devil Times or whatever asked him
Devil's Digest.
And Herm got all jammed up because he thought it was like he really thought it was some sort of alternative paper. And they're like,
yeah, he thought it was from like a satanic publication. He's like, now hold Devil's Digest. Now hold on, I'm a godly man.
It was
and
like
they're
a
like,
whole thing.
you're the Sun Devils,
and
dude.
we all
like,
thought he
wake
was
up.
kidding, and then like people were like, no, I think he was serious.
No, he didn't get it.
He didn't
What?
He didn't know they were the Sun Devils. Is that what
He
we
didn't put together
didn't
that
put
the
it
person
together.
from the Devil's Digest is because they write about the Sun Devils.
What's
So he
going on?
thought it had to do with
Yeah, he
like
thought someone was like
Satanism.
doing bits. He thought someone was there to like attack his Christianity because he gets some flack sometimes for being a big Christian guy and like no Herm, no one's trolling you, bud. You're the Sun.
What if he sat down at his press conference and the first question was this?
What's going on?
You play to win the game.
Sounds like the devil, doesn't it?
Oh, Herm.
Well, what an era.
I hardly knew you.
The
what?
The era is over.
Sucker.
The era is over. The Herm era.
Someone doing the Jonathan Smith proved he has no loyalty. That is not Jonathan Smith's fault.
Come on. He'd still be at Oregon State if they didn't go to crap.
If the Pac-12 hadn't become the Pac-2, Jonathan Smith wouldn't have gone anywhere.
If they had a life raft to a conference, he'd still be
And
there.
by the way, every Washington State fan that's like, well, Dickert stayed. The only reason Dickert stayed is because your season fell apart. If they had continued to win games, Dickert would have been gone too.
I would actually argue Jonathan Smith has a lot of loyalty just to even come back and take that job.
Yeah.
Because that job was terrible when he took it.
It was bad.
And he did a good job there.
He did a great job.
So really what we thought before all this Pac-12 crap happened was that Jonathan Smith probably wouldn't leave for much of anything other than maybe UCLA because he's from LA or Washington.
But when the conference crumbled, then you can't fault anyone for that. You just can't. You can't fault anyone for you had to
get out of there.
You had to get out while the getting's good.
Yeah, but
You had to get
regret.
going.
He's sitting in his office in East Lansing.
I
Going,
know.
God dang it! Why didn't I just wait?
I did wonder why he didn't wait because it felt like there were going to be a number of schools courting him.
Because you can't wait. You just can't. Well,
Yeah,
again,
no, I know.
When you're on the SS Minnow and the water starts getting rough, man, no, you get
But
that.
there were like 20 jobs taken after he took
My man
Michigan
Jed
State.
Fish waited.
Yeah,
now
I mean,
look, he's on his
Smith
way to
could have
Florida.
been at UCLA in the Big Ten.
I guarantee Jonathan Smith is sitting and being like, I could be in Seattle or I could be in Pasadena.
He's
but
from Pasadena.
Yeah,
I'm not certain that UCLA
I was gonna say
that UCLA
I
job
know.
kicks rocks.
he would take Washington over Michigan State, maybe because he's been there.
Yeah.
I don't think he takes UCLA over Michigan State.
That
Ooh.
especially the way Chip left it. Well, you know that Chip, like the story goes, and it's a pretty widely known one that when they tried to fire Chip basically quiet quit.
Yeah, he just stopped working.
He's like, I am not going to bring in a recruit. I don't care. I'm whatever.
He dared him to fire him.
Yeah, he's like, go ahead, do it. Like, you don't have the money. I'm not doing a thing. So taking over that UCLA program, boy, you're not just inheriting a kind of a wonky athletic department that loses money and doesn't have a lot of commitment. You're buying a house that the squatter has been in and has ripped out all the wiring. I mean, that's a full on tear down rebuild. And oh, by the way, you're doing it in the Big Ten. I think that UCLA, if you ask me, like Michigan State, Washington, UCLA, it goes Washington, Michigan State, UCLA. UCLA is the worst job of those. But you're from there.
Well, that's what I said. I said I think he probably goes to Washington from Michigan State. He does not go to UCLA from Michigan State.
Unless it's
now
just,
he may go to UCLA from Oregon State.
Yeah.
But not from Michigan State.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Unless it's just the pull of being at home and you want to live in. I will say living in LA greater than living in East Lansing.
How do you know that?
Well, I've never been to East Lansing, but
Neither have I.
I'm just.
But LA is just a
I've
big
been
old.
I've been to Detroit. I've been to Ann Arbor. It's not that far from East Lansing. I'm gonna go with. You ever been to Pasadena? It's nice.
Pasadena's lovely.
Pasadena is lovely.
It's nice.
So is
LA
Westwood.
I don't mind LA, but
I don't mind LA either if I made $8 million.
just
That's the thing. Having money in LA makes a huge difference.
Like if I lived in LA, it would be miserable.
Yeah, I would hate living in LA.
But if you gave me 8, because I wouldn't be living in LA, I'd be living in Pomona.
tell me about East Lansing though.
But if you gave me $8 million,
I'm open to it.
You're
what's,
open to-
what's East Lansing? What's East Lansing bringing to the table? Is that just like a college town or something? I don't know any. Where's West Lansing? Who is Lansing? What is? I know nothing about it. How far is it from civilization?
It's in Ingham County.
That means nothing to me.
Okay. Well, it has 47,000 people there.
In the town?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so it's just a college town.
Yeah, basically.
it is an hour and 30 to Detroit.
Okay. That's not bad.
And less than that to Ann Arbor. So they're all kind of right there.
Okay. Boy, I can't say I knew this. I'm just looking at it on a map.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that East Lansing is merely in Lansing.
Oh, there is no West Lansing? It's just
Well, there's this.
Is there a North
It
Lansing?
seems to me that based on this map that I'm looking at,
yeah.
could be wrong. You Michigonians, feel free to correct me here. But the city is called Lansing, and then East Lansing is
It's just a part
it's
of
like
Lansing?
a Hillsboro or a Beaverton.
No, okay.
I mean, that's what I'm seeing here. I don't know if that's right.
Can't say I've ever been.
I'm out. I'm going to LA. You're right.
Well, I always let you know that on TripAdvisor,
Too cold up there.
the top attractions.
Yeah, it's some museum or something.
No, number 1 is Michigan State University.
Just the school?
Yeah, Michigan State, number 1. Number 2 is the 4-H Children's Garden.
Yeah, I'm out.
So, hey, number 3, the Munn Ice Arena. Huh?
Yeah, I think it's too cold. However, if you put them in the same climate, I'd be inclined to choose the smaller town at this point in my life.
Could I sell you on the Habit Trail, which is
No.
essentially like a hamster cage or like gerbil trail? It's enclosed and it's for humans, so you get to walk around outside, but it looks like you're in a little
No.
hamster maze.
What about the Sapper Galleries and Custom Framing, which comes in at number 8 on TripAdvisor?
Now you're kind of... I'm perking up.
The East Lansing Family Aquatic Center?
Huh?
Everybody's got... Why is that on the... Doesn't every town have one of those?
It's under their sites of
We
interest.
don't have an aquatic center.
Yes, we do.
Where?
In there's one in Southwest
Is there?
on Vermont. Forget what it's called.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know we had one of
It's an
those.
aquatic center.
But it's not like a water park.
No, it's not a water park. It's an aquatic center.
I think the closest water park you have to go out to
Am I wrong?
the Evergreen Aviation one. I don't even know if that's still open.
That's a water park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess a aquatic center. I was thinking water park, but
Yeah, Tualatin Hills Aquatic Center on Walker.
Yeah. Do they have a slide? Because if they don't have a slide, I don't.
Because-
I need a slide.
Well, no, an aquatic center I think is more for like training and racing. You know, like a water park is for fun. An aquatic center is more like
That's a place where like kids learn
gym.
how to swim.
It's like a
and-
gym. Yeah,
Yeah, I guess I see where you're coming. Can I at least get a lazy river out of it, or
probably not.
I need something, right?
Build your own, damn it.
I don't want to go there and just do like water aerobics with the olds.
Big radio money. Put one in. Put your name on it.
A little out of my comfort zone there.
All right. Well, we have digressed.
Yeah, that happens.
But anyway.
Yeah, we got to go.
Here's the
Anyway,
situation.
I don't even know what that was about. All right. Rest in peace, Pac-12 tournament. We'll get to that coming up. It is 3:55 on the Fan.
like Oregonians. We
Yeah.
put that, you know.
Yeah.
But I've heard that like Tennesseans,
Oregonders.
Oregonians.
Oh, see a lot of those.
You know how I do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
NRA.
I'm gonna start strapping my AR to my back.
My rats.
Can I open carry in here? Is that
In here? What do you mean?
I
In
don't
the
know.
studio?
Like, can I walk into the office with my gun?
Gonna guess no. Probably
No.
against the company rules, even if it's not against the
Who's
state
gonna,
rules.
which one of you snowflakes is gonna stop
That's
me?
just the thing.
No.
Is there a
No.
good guy with a gun to stop the bad guy with a
No.
gun?
Lars Larson does it. Why can't I? I'm gonna start carrying it.
That's a good question.
I'm gonna start carrying it Han Solo low on my hip. Although I really need to get a revolver and I need to get a holster. I don't have a holster, and I need something that looks a little cooler than what I got.
Also, many texting in that the North Clackamas Aquatic Center, it's over by Clackamas Town Center, is really fun and nice and cool. And it
Really?
has a slide and a wave pool,
Whoa, okay.
apparently,
Count me in. I'm out there all the time.
according to the texters.
I'm gonna dog paddle it now. What's the urine content like?
Sook doing a little float out there on a raft after some jujitsu.
Yeah, just go out there and cruise around. Let's go. I like it.
Yeah, and there's Southwest Community Center on 45th in Vermont. And apparently it has a slide too. That's right, it does.
But there's way more aquatic centers than I realized.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
I was just thinking more like a big water park.
Big water,
Yeah, I like the
ocean
I like
water.
the big water parks.
Like Great Wolf Lodge. You ever been there?
Oh God, yeah.
Can catch all kinds of diseases there.
Have you ever wanted to be peed on by like 800
No.
children all at once? Because if so, Great Wolf is there for you. My kids loved going there when we were kids.
All kids
I
do.
used to haul them up there.
It's a big thing, I would think, in Oregon because it's just so.
You just wear the goggles.
The winter
and-
is just
yeah.
like. Meh.
And it's like because it's all indoors, and boy, they crank up the heat.
Yeah.
It's like the humidity in that place.
Yeah,
is
they make those
unreal.
places feel like you're in the tropics.
I had never heard of it until I got to the West Coast. Is Great Wolf Lodge, is that all over the country?
all over the country.
It is?
Yeah, it's like a Six Flags. They're
We
everywhere.
never say we had Six Flags.
Yeah.
But we never had Great
It's
Wolf.
same
Lodge.
sort of thing. It's not local. It's all over. There's.
Those Six Flags. Ugh, God. Ugh.
Well, I've been to the Great Wolf many a time. Like I said, that was like a birthday kids thing, and
We had a place called Worlds of Fun in Kansas City.
yeah.
And then we had another one called Oceans of Fun.
Before Great Wolf, there's one, and I think it's still there. You can see it. It's right off I-5. It's like Wild Waves or something, and it is. It's outdoors, and it sucks all kinds of. But that was what we had before Great Wolf.
We had a place called Waterworld, again, right off the freeway, kind of like you're talking about. But there was like tons of like local schools to do their senior picnic there and stuff like that. And they had this huge tragedy where a bunch of kids tried to like bull rush one of the slides and hop on it once, and the slide broke, and like 20 kids fell from like 4 stories. They had to shut down the park for like 2 years while the lawsuit was going on.
What are you laughing at that for?
I got Aaron Rodgers over here.
By the
Fake
way,
news.
Since we're talking about this, I have
Fake
to.
news.
I
Don't we
have
to break.
No, who cares? I have to tout my hometown of Salina, Kansas. I was talking about Kansas City. This wasn't there when I was growing up, but now in the wonderful all-American city of Salina, Kansas, there is something called the Kenwood Cove Aquatic Center.
Another reason to go.
Big slides, big water, ocean water.
Plenty of kids' urine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Moderately priced snacks, I'm assuming.
But you wouldn't think a town like Salina would have something like that. But,
well, they're on the come up, man.
They certainly are.
Word's out. Salina's the place to be.
What's the population of Salina?
About 50,000.
So it's East Lansing.
Yeah, you're from East Lansing.
Without the college. I mean, we have Kansas Wesleyan.
You put a college there, and you've got yourself East Lansing, East Salina.
We have Brown Mackey College.
Yeah, junior college powerhouse, right?
Well, not really powerhouse, but I would say that Brown Mackey College is downtown Salina, and it's one door.
Hell yeah.
One door. You're just walking downtown, and you look, and it's like one of those glass doors, like that's real basic, that just with white lettering says Brown Mackey College.
Yeah.
And all I would ever see going in and out of there like 6'10" black guys. And in Salina, that's like,
Yeah,
that's big talk.
Going to play some JC ball.
That's big news.
I had a bunch of cop friends because if you get degrees, you can get higher pay, like better promotions, like in the police force. So I had a bunch of my cop friends that graduated from, I want to say it's New Mexico Tech, and I looked it up, and it's the same sort of thing. It's in a strip mall, and it appears to be like an old Baskin Robbins.
Bishop Sycamore, anyone?
But it's like New Mexico Tech or New Mexico something, and I'm pretty sure if you just pay like $9.99, I think you get a degree in
love
something,
that.
and you get a tote bag too. And so there's a bunch of cops from around this area that all decided to, for no apparent reason, to go to the same prestigious University of New Mexico Tech.
Wow.
Hey, man, degrees, baby.
True story.
All right, we are veering off course heavily.
Yes, we are.
The Pac-12 tournament and some hot AD talk coming up on the Fan. All right, pleased to have you along. It's hour 2, running a little behind. We've been meandering today.
It has been a bit of a meander, but, where are you supposed to go after the Jason Swigard?
I think we've been Michigandering.
That is true. We have been Michigandering. And then hot random strip mall junior
Water
college
park
talk.
Yeah.
Here's the situation.
I've had a lot to deal with.
At the Pac-12 tournament, UCLA is holding down your Beavers 43-34 right now. Now, this is significant because I'm sure these teams know this, but the winner of this game plays on the Fan tomorrow.
Oh, against our very own Oregon Ducks. We have an abbreviated show tomorrow.
Yep.
Although
that's
it's truncated the wrong way. Normally we're off the air early. We're going to be on the air late.
Yeah, the game I think starts at 2:30-ish.
Yeah, it's figured 2 hours of the game, half hour post, right?
So we'll be on after, but
5-ish.
Right now, the Beavs, who said today that Wayne Tinkle will return next year.
The Tinkler will be back. We think mainly because, they owe him $9 million more. And I think budgetary concerns right now for the Pac-2 are prominent.
And then Mike Hopkins is not returning for Washington.
No.
They just lost to UCLA, to USC.
Yeah, that is the end of an era that I'm not certain that any Washington fan is sad to see that.
That
happen.
news broke while you were gone at the Eastern Oregon crab feed. But we talked about that. I don't know what direct. I don't even know how good that job is. I don't know what to think of that Washington job.
Romar did an okay job there, and when Hopkins took it, everyone was all high on him. He was like Boeheim or Jim Boeheim's. God, why can't I say his name?
Let's try again.
Boeheim, Jim Boeheim's
Golf.
Yeah, he was like his right hand guy. I remember people being excited about that hire.
Yeah,
and
they got it wrong. He didn't do a thing.
No, but I mean, they had some. The weird part was they used to recruit they got dudes left and right there, and they still sucked. And then, but some of those Brandon Roy teams were good. In fact, I think one year they were a 1 seed in the tourney.
No, they were. That was all Romar.
Yeah,
though.
it was Romar.
Like Hopkins.
What happened to Lorenzo Romar?
We just talked about this. He just got fired from Pepperdine.
Oh, yeah.
And they were the ones that beat Pacific by 100 points. Remember that?
Yeah.
Both of those coaches got fired.
I think I can.
Because we were talking about the Pacific coach that got fired.
Yeah.
The team beating them by 50 was
they got canned too.
Was Pepperdine, and that was Lorenzo Romar.
Oh.
So now I don't know what they're saying up there in Washington. Maybe they want to bring him back. I don't know. But the guy I'd go after is that Iowa State coach. He used to coach at Washington.
Yeah.
He was an assistant under Romar. He's really good at Iowa State. I don't know if they could get him because Iowa State, they care about basketball out there. That's why I say I don't know how good the Washington job is.
How good are any outside of Arizona? I don't know.
But it's Big Ten now, though, so that changes things.
Sure.
You don't want if you're the Iowa State guy, you don't leave for the Pac-12 probably.
Yeah, but maybe leave for the
Washington
Big Ten.
in the Big Ten.
I don't know. I just don't know how good the Oregon jobs are. I remember when the brush was like the 6th or 7th pick. Remember they set out.
Tom Izzo.
Yeah, they went after Tom Izzo and stuff, and everyone
and
was
Calipari and everyone else.
Yeah,
I mean, they're like, we're just going to offer the top 10 coaches in the country. We'll get one of them.
No, I mean, I don't know. Just basketball doesn't mean the same out here. So I'm with you. I don't know how good those jobs are. The Arizona one seemingly is a good one because no matter who's there, they win. But outside of that, I don't know. There just seems like
Gonzaga's the second best job on the West Coast.
100%. And we don't even know if that's
might even be the best job.
And we don't even know. But I'm asking a serious question here: is that a good job or is it just Mark Few?
We won't know until
when Few leaves. That may turn out to be one of those that was only good because of Mark Few.
Yeah.
But I'd say outside of Arizona, what has been a consistent force over the last 20 years in West Coast basketball? UCLA certainly has had their moments, and
St. Mary's.
They've had they obviously have a tremendous history, and they had the 3 Final Fours. Was that Ben Howland? So they've had their runs, but I mean, outside of that, Washington's had a few. I think Oregon maybe is probably the
Cal had a run there.
Cal was all right. Is Oregon the
Stanford?
Is Oregon the 3rd best? Right? It's clearly it's Arizona. Well, actually, it might be Gonzaga. Arizona, flip a coin, and then is it Oregon? Going back to Ernie Kent, and it's just
Big Earn. I don't know.
UCLA went to 3 straight Final Fours, but that was like 20 years ago now.
I know. And then UCLA can be.
UCLA is a good program.
Yeah.
That's probably 3rd. It's more. Look, UCLA.
It's better than Oregon. You're
It's a
right.
better basketball program than Oregon.
Yes.
It just is.
Well, and again, the 3 Final Fours, right, in a row. Yeah, you can win at UCLA, but it hasn't been super consistent. said the only consistent forces in the West is Arizona and Gonzaga.
Shut up.
All right, we'll put a bow on the Pac-12 tournament next on the Fan. Of the college basketball conference tournaments. Big fan, only because I grew up going to the Big 8 tournament and it was really fun.
I will say that it's kind of fun, like if you're just sitting around at night and you
Yeah.
know, you're like, oh, Towson or whoever's playing Charlotte, and there's 2 minutes left and it's a 3-point game. You're like, oh, and for all those small ones, like I like watching the smaller schools I've never heard of because, like the Big 12 title game, both teams are in. But when you get where it's you're winning, you're in, or you're going home for both teams,
Yeah.
that's pretty cool.
It's fun.
And for those teams, I know going to the dance is the end all to be all, but that's their shining moment because chances are you're going to the tournament and you get your ass kicked.
I also like that we get basketball all day. I'm
Yes.
someone that likes to have it on in the
Yes.
background. So, I think we
Yes.
started at 8:30 a.m. this
Yes.
morning with St. Joe's or St. John's, one of them. It doesn't matter.
That's about what
There's
I
a bouncing
Gold
ball.
jacket, green jacket, who gives a
You are so right about that. That
Gold jacket, green jacket, who gives a
the day sports,
they're phenomenal.
and I get why they don't put them on the day during the day because people are working and stuff. But when it does happen, like the tournament,
Or
these tournaments,
opening day baseball is fantastic.
it's great.
You got the Reds and some playing someone
Every 4 years, some World Cup action in there.
Yeah, at 10 o'clock. You're like, oh, it's great.
Just games all over the place. UCLA leads Oregon State 51-44, about 8 minutes left. So the Beavers' season could end here tonight. They only went 13-18, so I'm guessing they're not going to the NIT or even the CBI.
Is the CI? Don't they have a CIT banner or a CTI or a IUD or an STD? They have some sort of banner hanging in Gill, and I know a lot of Beaver fans are upset about it. They think it's kind of a.
Are you serious? They put up a.
They won one of those crappy tournaments,
CBI or something,
and I guess there's a banner hanging up, and I know a couple Beaver fans that aren't thrilled about it. They think it's it's like amateur hour. They're like, really? We hung. It's like when a basketball team hangs a division banner.
It is amateur hour.
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, but
take that thing down.
there's not a lot.
Burn it.
There's not a lot to hang in the rafters.
Well, you don't need to hang.
No.
Like you're just desperate at that point. Don't hang anything.
Yeah,
you're
it
like
was-
Kate Middleton.
It was
You've
2000.
made it worse.
2009, they won the CBI, and I think they hung the banner.
Oh God,
CBI,
guys!
yeah.
I didn't know they hung a banner for that.
Yeah, there's a banner. Every
Well,
now
if
and then-
that's the one, that has to be the one.
Yeah, there is a banner hanging up, or at least there was. And I got 2 friends that are big Beaver fans, who, by the way, have not taken the demotion well. Like it's hard to even talk to the one. Like he really, like at first you thought he was doing bits, and he's not. He is just he's very, very angry. But yeah, he's the banner bothers him immensely.
They're saying that. Well, the text line is saying that Danny Sprinkle is the top candidate for Washington's job. He's the guy from Utah State.
I'll tell you right now, I couldn't be any happier if Danny Sprinkle is the next coach at UW.
Because then we get Sprinkle versus Tinkle.
Except we won't have Sprinkle versus Tinkle.
Oh yeah, that's right.
We would have had the Sprinkle and
Damn
Tinkle.
it!
And I'll tell you, I would have loved. That was what was the baseball? What's the baseball drop we have?
From Johnson to Hand, and the batter will be Mastroboni.
It's one of those. Sometimes it just
Wow.
Sometimes it just works. Johnson to Hand to Mastroboni. I'm sorry, but the Sprinkle Tinkle matchup.
Sprinkle versus Tinkle.
God, that would have been amazing.
Do you think they've ever crossed paths in their career?
I hope so.
I hope so too.
Yeah, I'd like
Surely
to
they've
think so.
met.
I hope so.
A couple of West Coast basketball coaches.
Yeah. Oregon State, Utah State. Yeah, they
The
had
Tinkler versus the Sprinkler.
Yeah, there has to be some sort of overlap, like coaching clinic. And I would like to believe that when your name is Sprinkle or Tinkle, you have a decent sense of humor about that. Like if my last name was Tinkle, and I ran
You have to.
yeah, you gotta laugh about it, right? You can't be all pissy.
If you're sensitive about your last name and you're that age, there's a big problem.
Yeah.
You know what's wild?
Which is worse, by the way, to be the Sprinkler or the Tinkler? I think I'd rather be the Tinkler myself.
Isaac Sprinkle.
Isaac Sprinkle, Isaac Tinkle. I think I'd rather be Jason Tinkle than Jason Sprinkle.
I'm going to go the other way.
I think I would go Sprinkle.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
I find the Sprinkle to be less manly.
I think so. I
Well,
mean,
Tinkle-
I think Sprinkle. I think Cupcake, but I think Tinkle. I think urine.
Yeah, that's what I think.
So maybe less manly, but it's like urine or Cupcake.
Well, and
don't know.
I just think the nickname of the Sprinkler, that's pretty rad. I mean, you'd have
got
to.
your own dance move.
That's right. Named right after you. The thing about the Pac-12 tournament, though, as it's winding down, this is the final one. You know, it's wild to think how little that tournament's actually been played over the years. because like the ACC tournament has been going on since 1954.
Yeah.
You know how many Pac-12 tournaments have been played all time? Or Pac-10 or 12?
Yeah. Well, are we going back to the Pac-8 too? Because it was the
Well, they didn't have a tournament.
The 8 didn't have a tournament. So
it didn't come along till the Pac-10.
Huh. I'm gonna go like 19. I don't know. Give me like 1985, maybe.
Well, it's kind of come and gone. So how many years do you think it's been played?
I don't know. Like 35, maybe. I don't know.
25.
20. That's it. Huh?
That's it. We've only had. This is the 26th and final.
Just before that, we just had you
Pac-12
win the conference and.
Well, and then they started it in 1987, and it went from 1987 to 1990, but then it took a hiatus because no one cared or went.
Yeah. Well, they still kind of don't, but
exactly. Well, no one cared or went, but they also used the whole thing of on the West Coast, the tournament only hurts us because
you can get your
we want the automatic bid to be our league champ.
Yeah.
Our regular season champ.
Yeah.
So they went through that whole thing, but no one was going, and then they brought it back in 2002, and they moved it to LA when they built the new arena there, and they were like, "Oh, this is going to be great. We're going to move it." And then still no one cared or went.
Yeah.
So they moved it to Vegas after 12 years of that, and still no one cares or goes. So it's been a rough.
Yeah.
The Pac-12 tournament is sort of a microcosm of how the Pac-12 has gone.
It's just there's a general malaise.
It's
about
just
it.
not that big of a deal.
I don't remember. It might have been. I'm trying to remember if it was before COVID or it was after COVID. It's a couple years ago, and my buddy that's a big UW guy, he found himself down in Vegas. And so he was like, "Oh, I'll go to the Pac-12 tournament." I don't think he went down there for that. It just he happened to be down during the tournament. And I remember him like just sending me photos. And I think that's rough. Like when you're playing in a tournament game and it's supposed to be a big deal for a chance to go to the NCAA tournament, and you're playing in an arena that's like 20% full.
Yeah,
that's brutal.
So I went there for the first year that it happened in Vegas, and it was. I think there's more buzz about it because it was the first time it was there, but the same. Basically, you need your good matchups to be later in the day for it to look good on TV, but then you have nothing in the middle of the day.
Yeah,
so it's
I've watched some of the games and they scan the crowd and it's just like you think it's a UCLA football game.
Well, and when you hold it in other places for other conferences like the ACC and Charlotte or whatever, and it's like, oh, well, there's nothing else to do in Vegas. You got a lot of options at 2 p.m. You know,
I just don't know how many Cal fans or Arizona fans or
that's
like
just
Washington
it.
State fans that are like,
Look,
I need to go to Vegas to see my team play.
But that's the best chance you have at getting them to go somewhere other than their home court, I think.
Some of it is the tournament has to matter. And out west, it just doesn't.
No.
Like the old Big 8 tournament, I'm telling you, you'd go to that tournament and we'd go to the first day and there would be, obviously with 8 teams, there's just 4 games first day.
Yeah.
I loved it. 10 a.m., noon, 2, and whatever it is. Every single game was packed with the fans of those 2 teams.
Yeah.
Like the Iowa State fans, you would not believe their traveling contingent. And that's not, so they would play it mostly in Kansas City at that time. That, I guess it's not that far of a drive, but every one of these fan bases, they're driving, in some cases, fairly far, but they would absolutely have their sections, and the K-State section would be all purple, and of course KU would take over because it's right down the road. But then Iowa State would be all red and gold, and it was really, really, really a fun atmosphere, and it mattered to them.
Well, I'll even go as far as this. The PK80 tournament was awesome. Did you go to any of that?
I did.
It was really good. Look, that place was not packed.
I watched Duke play Florida.
What was the crowd like when you were there?
It was good. It was much like every time I've been to college hoops at Moda Center, it's kind of been the same. Not like over the top crazy, but
solid,
good
right?
attendance. Yeah,
good attendance.
Yes,
well
attended.
So that preseason tournament, whatever. Again, growing up, remember going to the Great Alaskan Shootout, packed.
Yeah, huge deal.
Huge deal. And you're
good
right.
Good teams would go up.
Good teams would go up, and I'm telling you, when Louisville or Kansas or Georgetown, I was floored at the number of those contingents that showed up in Anchorage, Alaska over Thanksgiving. And because
it mattered.
It mattered.
That was a big tournament.
Yeah.
That was a big college.
And that was
Kansas would go to that tournament.
There wasn't many.
There wasn't many what?
There wasn't many preseason tournaments.
Yeah. It was one of the major ones.
And now you've
got
got
like the preseason NIT.
And now we've got, you got Maui and they play in the Bahamas and there's, the PK80 and all these things. And I just don't think fans go much anymore. I don't know. It's at least out here. It's just not that much of a thing. And that PK80 tournament was awesome. I mean, those teams you had the heavy hitters. I mean, that's a great lineup. And so I remember going to 2 of those games, and I had the same thing with you. I remember it being good. It wasn't packed and it wasn't super raucous, but it was cool.
I mean, I've been to a few. I mean, we've all been to those NCAA games here. When you get a good matchup that comes down to the wire,
Yep,
it gets pretty wild.
It gets jumping.
I remember the Gonzaga a couple years ago had one.
So that's different again because those all matter. Because
Purdue Boilermakers.
Yeah.
And Robbie Hummel came to town.
Yep, I remember that. It was a weird back brace, and I was there. Western Kentucky was playing someone, and there was an upset, and then we got a Northern Iowa upset, and the place was going bananas. Meaningful basketball in that environment is kick ass. I mean, God, I remember some of the Blazer playoff games.
Blaze is a whole different.
I know, but I just like that's a great building. It's a when it matters and people are jumping. I don't know how much of that gets us all hot and bothered out here.
Well, rest in peace, Pac-12 tournament. You will be missed.
Yeah. By the way, someone bringing up that the sprinkler kind of sounds a little strippery.
I'll take that over
the tinkler?
urine. All right. In the news is next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update. First on the Fan. On the hardwood, the Pac-12 men's tournament getting started today. USC took down Washington 80-74 in the early game. The Trojans going to get top-seeded Arizona tomorrow. Currently, Oregon State and UCLA are playing in the second half. UCLA with an 11-point lead. Oregon State's season coming down to the wire. Only about 8 minutes left in that one. Coming up later tonight, in the Pac-12, Stanford faces their rival Cal Bears at 6 o'clock. Then Utah and Arizona State get the late game at 8:30. In the association, the Blazers back at Moda Center tonight, hosting the Atlanta Hawks. Jabari Walker is out for Portland. Jeremy Grant is questionable. Tip-offs at 7. The Blazers are 3.5-point underdogs. And in NFL free agency, former Seahawk Bobby Wagner is on the move. He's going to reunite with Dan Quinn in Washington, signing a 1-year deal with the Commanders. And receiver Calvin Ridley signing a 4-year, $92 million deal with the Tennessee Titans. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send
Panthers doing?
Well, we're down to 2 minutes left in the Oregon State basketball season, at least for the men. They're down 11.
Not just the end of the season, but the end of the Oregon State Pac run. Well, Pac-12.
Yeah, they're down 14, so they're going to lose. So Oregon will play UCLA tomorrow here on the Fan at 2:30. Make sure you tune in. Put it on your iCal, bro.
Yeah.
It's going to be hot. Right now it is March 13, 2024. Thank you. I am your noted newsman.
Here's the situation.
Here is the situation.
I can't wait.
Today is Ken Day, as in Ken Doll.
Oh.
Fresh off of the Grammy performance of What's His Nuts.
It was the Oscars, but
Oh, yeah. What's His Nuts? What's his name?
Ryan Gosling.
Who's going to be hosting SNL, by the way.
That was the best part of that show, by the way. Was him doing the Oscars.
That was the highlight?
Yeah, it was the highlight.
I'll go with the Mulaney Field of Dreams bit, but I see it.
Hands down, the one that everyone's talking about, the most shared thing, the biggest moment of the night was him doing the...
So he's a pretty good little...
Well, he was a Kids Incorporated guy with
was
like
he?
Britney Spears and
I remember
Timberlake.
Kids Incorporated.
Kids Incorporated.
K-I-D-S.
Yeah, he's a triple threat.
Yeah, and this isn't the first time he's
What a
done that, because
stud.
La La Land he sang too, right?
Yeah, right. La La Land. Somebody told me the other day I have to watch that. I've never seen it. They said you got to watch it. It's wonderful.
Really?
Yeah.
So here's one of the... I think it was nice. It was wonderful. I would not recommend it to you. I don't think you've got to watch it. You might enjoy it, but I don't think you've got to watch it.
It is it's a little self-serving. It's a Hollywood love letter to Hollywood.
Yeah.
It'd be like if LeBron James made a documentary about LeBron James. It would be interesting.
Oh, don't think he won't.
Oh, he will.
Yeah.
He will.
It's
Probably a
one of those. But it's not
three-parter.
bad. Emma Stone and Gosling are both pretty good. And they got good chemistry. They have been in some things together. But Gosling's he seems like a good dude.
Very talented guy.
I'm pro Ryan Gosling.
Who's he with?
And what a hunk. I think he's with Ava Menendez.
Really?
I think they're together.
Awesome.
I think they've been married for
Good little get.
I think they've been married for a while.
Yeah, they have kids together.
Good little get.
For both sides. I don't know who's better looking.
Right. That's a power duo. Like,
It's a toss.
They're both exceptionally hot.
yeah.
It's a lot of times, like even in good-looking couples, there's still one that clearly is has the top end.
One's reaching, one's settling.
I don't know where you go. That's a coin flip.
It is also National Ginger Ale Day. Is there anything more mid than ginger ale?
I like ginger ale though with my whiskey.
Same.
You can do a lot worse than a Tully's and a ginger. And I don't like when they hit me with a ginger beer. No.
See, I like ginger beer better than ginger ale.
Yeah.
Depends on the ginger beer. Ginger beer has varying degrees of spice. The spicier ginger beers can be a little too much.
I'm also a fan of if I'm on an airplane, you can win me over with is that a Canada Dry? Or
Either a Canada Dry or maybe a Verner's. No,
that was
probably Canada Dry.
Seagram's maybe as well.
But
Really?
why is it that the airplane is the ginger ale
I don't
place?
know.
It is though.
It's like
Everyone
the
likes it
only-
on the
It's
airplane.
the only place I get
Well,
a ginger
it's because
ale.
there's nothing else good on there.
That's not. I
They
mean, you
got
have every
Sprite,
other
they
choice
got Coke,
there.
They got all that. I don't know. I drink ginger ales when I'm on planes, and I drink
And
it
nowhere
with,
else. Well, I mean,
it's an easy whiskey mixer.
The Portland City Council has unanimously passed an ordinance that will ban the use of gas-powered leaf
Thank
blowers.
God.
Let's go. The platform, it's working.
Tell you what, of all the things this city's facing, the one that I wanted tackled first was the GD
That's right.
gas-powered leaf.
That's right.
Every time I'm out there and I see one of those steel things fired up, I'm like, this is outrageous.
Well, and then you got to check. Is that gas or is that
Yeah.
electric? Okay, it's electric. You're fine.
When I see the human feces being blown away, I want it to be with renewable energy.
Hey, they cleared out all the homeless over here. Did you see that?
Oh, they'll be back in 2 days.
Well, no, they're already over on the other side of the street.
Oh, they just moved.
It's unbelievable. Like, they came in and swept a lot of crap out of here.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's pretty impressive.
It was getting bad.
Yeah.
And then just like in a matter of 48 hours, they get them all moved. And then you drive, if you take a different route, just turn by one street and come to work differently, there they all are.
You're just rearranging deck chairs.
Yes. I mean, what are we doing?
Because they're not going anywhere. So they're going to still be somewhere in the city.
Can I give the homeless some credit
It
for a
makes
second?
Makes no sense.
I need to applaud the homeless. And I'm being dead serious here. That is some of the most go-getter industrious groups. How can we not put that to use somehow, some way? I told you, like a couple weeks ago, we saw a guy that stole a boat trailer on his bicycle. He had hooked a full boat trailer up to his bike and had pedaled it away. They moved them, and within like a couple hours, they've rebuilt and have acquired a vast array of apocalyptic Mad Maxian sort of goods. I don't. And here's the other one too. They have no money. Do you think that stops them from finding their drugs? Nay. They wake up and they're like, hey, I may not have any money today. I'm finding my drugs. Like that sort of industrious sort of attitude. How can we not harness that?
Well, the drugs are the drive, man.
Well, that and desperation.
We gotta find.
We're all soft. We're cookie
seriously,
dough soft.
we are. We are cookie dough soft.
We're not forced to do anything.
That is a hardened group of people.
That's right.
Yeah, and the people who want to do nothing except for drugs, they're very committed to that lifestyle.
Yes, it's like fighting an insurgent. You can't beat them. You can't.
They're more committed than you are.
They are more committed. Exactly. No matter what we do to combat it, they will overcome because they overcome every day.
They care about their thing more than we care about getting rid of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have never woke up and wanted something more than that homeless person, A, wants fentanyl, and B, wants that boat trailer. Like if you
and wants to not have to do anything for either one of them.
Well, think about it. If someone said, hey, 10 blocks from here, there's a brand new boat trailer, and it's yours. You just have to find a way to get it here. And you're like, but dude, you've got no car. I'd give up. I mean, I can't get the boat trailer. You can't bring it with a car. That guy's like, nah. And you think he had a bicycle? No. He went and found a bike and then found something to hook it up to the bike and then got it back. He's a better man than me.
So the ban will take place on all public and private property. Goes into effect January of 2026. So you have a little time
to go out. Is there like an exchange program? Or if I have a gas-powered blower, I'm just screwed? And can I buy one from the city at a discounted rate? Because, they'll
probably issue you a credit to go buy a greener one.
Do you have a leaf blower?
I do.
So do I.
Yeah.
Is yours electric or gas?
Electric.
Yeah, mine too. I just find that easier. But
well, look, my blowing needs are not as much as maybe someone out on the streets of Portland doing it on a professional basis. I merely have amateur.
There's the drop. I was waiting for the end to see where that went.
Will he complete the drop?
Yeah.
Yes,
He completed
the landing.
Yeah.
I only have amateur blowing needs, is what I'm saying. Therefore,
there's another one.
You got two.
Therefore, the electric blower does just fine. Yeah.
Starting in 2028, the ban will apply year-round. Violators will receive a warning the first time, followed by fines up to $250 to $500, then $1,000.
For God's sakes. I just love that these are the problems that we're tackling.
Noise and air pollution. Hey, noise pollution is a thing on my platform.
Yeah.
And I have to tease something. I'm a big noise pollution guy. But I have to tease something that one of my major platform items, as you well know, is the 4-day work week.
Yes.
I have to tell you that maybe I'll tell you about this in the club tonight. I'll tease ahead and tell you that tonight in the club, I am changing that platform.
Really?
Yeah.
You haven't changed platforms in a while.
No, I have conviction.
Yes, you do. You have courage.
But look, somebody sent me a link to an article.
Yeah.
And heads under the carpet, I'm stunned by it. But I tell you what, I'm on board. It basically validates that I'm ahead of my time with the 4-day work week ideas.
Yeah.
I'm changing it.
Interesting.
Much like 7-minute abs.
Yeah.
Just wait.
I can't.
I have a new platform.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm excited.
I'll tell you about it in
Between
club.
this and the new gas blowers being eliminated, it's a hell of a day at sea here.
Granny gets robbed. Something to watch out for.
It's not good.
KATU on your side. Coming up next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Swings to the first pitch, drills it to the left field corner. This is going to be 2 more runs. Garver around first, into second with a 2-run double. It is now 4-1 Seattle.
Hey, Mariners won today. They're now 6-12, I think.
I was going to say, have we reached the 54% win total?
No. Not unless 6-12 is suddenly 54%.
No, it is
win
not.
percentage.
But I did see that they're trying to make Tridents up a thing this year on their
It's the official hashtag, baby.
Tridents up.
Yeah, can we?
Oh, dude.
Tell me
like the emoji Trident.
Well, and they're saying hashtag Tridents.
Well, it's this year's "See Us Rise" SEA.
Who's ever in charge of that? Can we get a better slogan? Tridents up.
Are you out of your mind?
The Fan's Window into Sports brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 2 windows now, get 2 free, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years at windownation.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and now Window Nation.
Man was arrested over the weekend after allegedly engaging in self-gratification inside a Target store.
It's the Target makes you horny sort of thing.
On Saturday, March 9th, around 2:30 in the afternoon. Wow, that's like peak shop time.
That is peak shop time.
For moms.
You can't go kicking around the doll or the whatever. You know.
What?
Well, for a minute there, I was like, man. You can't go kicking it around in the middle of a Target. Now that I had a jelly bean in my dong.
Yeah, you can say dong.
Yeah, for a minute there, I was like, wait, can I say that? And I was like, yeah, we've said it. But either way, you can't do it at any time during the day in Target, let alone like mid-shopping day.
This was the one on Beaverton Hillsdale Highway.
And if you are going to do it, what department? Bedding, perhaps?
I don't know.
At least there's some pillows. And
this guy was 83 years old. His name is Gary Cahy. He was seen in a state of self-gratification.
First off, Gary, 83, congratulations on still being able to work it. Maybe find a more, how about like a dressing room of a Target?
You know what's so weird?
Bathroom, perhaps?
Somebody saw him. They called the cops. He had already left the store.
Yeah.
And then they just go to his house and arrest him.
So he wasn't, I assumed we were dealing with a homeless man. No, he's got a resident.
He looks like an old, angry white guy.
He left. Do you think he left with the idea of pulling it in a Target, or did the mood just catch him?
Well,
and he was like,
"This is my question. Like, what is that?"
Probably went through the clothing section, saw some hot mannequins.
Lingerie section, perhaps. Saw
it's just
that
weird.
That big and tall section.
Is that like a fetish type of thing? Like you get.
The only thing I can think of is like people that flash people.
I mean, he's an old ass dude.
He's an old ass dude. Either that, or you figure
maybe he has dementia or something.
Yeah, or you're just 83 and you've stopped caring. You're like, what are they going to do to me? And I will tell you, of all the things that would get you arrested, I'm not necessarily sure that this would get you arrested. In Portland, I mean, nothing seems to get you arrested, and they tracked this guy down. Good. Hey, we're arresting people now. I like that.
Yeah, I'm sure he's out and nothing will happen. But
till he heads to the Walmart next, or is that beneath him, like a Barnes and Noble? I don't quite understand that one. Of all the places to do it, and what do you do? Let's say you are at the Target and you see Gary.
Nothing, dude. I do nothing.
You do nothing.
You know me.
Yeah.
I'm just moving on.
Even if you like walk down to the next aisle and you see a staffer, you're not going to be like, "Hey, there's a."
Oh no, I'd probably tell a staffer, but I wouldn't go out of my way to tell a staffer.
Yeah.
What if it was a hot?
I'd probably drop my lawn chair and get out my Yeti.
Let me post up real quick here. Take a look at this. It's all context in this one. Yeah, because you got to wonder, like, what if, like, it would depend. Is he doing it just on his own, or is he doing it in front of people?
He's
like,
by himself. They said he was within view of shoppers. So I don't know, man. That's a weird one.
That's the thing. I can't say well, that's not true. I saw a guy on the streets of San Diego that was doing that, but he was laying in the gutter, and
Now that is encouraged.
I did see that one, but I can't say I've ever seen that out in like civilized society. I don't think the gutter counts as civilized society. And I don't really need to see that. I'm good.
That's your In the News for March 13, 2024. The Hot 5 at 5 is coming up next. Update from the Pac-12 tournament. Seahawks made a couple moves and some AD news. Next on The Fan.
It's time for High Stakes, a tasty look at clutch performances and the biggest games. Served up by Steakadelphia.
What a cut by Noah Waterman, and what a feed from Ali Khalifa. Dissecting this UCF defense.
That's right. Central Florida is no match for BYU's 3 white guys and an Egyptian. None. We've already taken down Baylor. We've taken down Kansas. Texas Tech coming up next in the Big 12 tournament. BYU is clearly a basketball school now.
Juggernaut.
Yeah. Break us up right now. This High Stakes report brought to you by Steakadelphia, featuring authentic and crazy good cheesesteaks full of cheesy goodness. Visit Steak.
Nice little Wednesday. It's your Sports Bros, Rob and Sook. I'm Rob. That's Sook right over there.
Ready.
Buckley is here.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, having a good little show. Good little show.
Good little show. Nothing to be ashamed of. It's not yesterday's show, but I only have amateur blowing needs.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's true. 100% true.
You said that today.
I did.
On the radio.
And I mean it. 100%. Do you have professional blowing needs?
No.
No.
Well, we do have long and short. There's long. Wait, maybe. Hold on.
My blowing needs are not as much as, maybe someone out on the streets of Portland doing it on a professional basis.
And we have.
I only have amateur blowing needs. God bless America. I lost it there. In case you didn't know, you got 22 months to get rid of your gas blowers.
That's right. And for those of you who work for a landscape company or something,
yeah,
that's I don't know what to tell you.
Again, that's the pros. That's people
I don't know what you do.
that have pro blowing needs. We're strictly amateur over here.
I don't know. I mean, what do they do?
I don't know. Well, I guess you're gonna
go
You're
electric.
going to electric.
But what if? I mean, you don't always have an outlet. Some houses don't have outdoor outlets.
Well, they have battery chargers, so you just got to buy extra battery packs.
Yeah.
Because I like the turbo mode on mine. I like to turbo blow, and I will say that it does not last very long on that. You've only got like maybe 15 minutes on turbo mode.
Yeah.
So you got to use it sparingly. If I use it when I like clean out my gutters, I go full turbo. It's a better way to go.
All right. Coming up tonight in the club, I will tell you about my platform shift. It's very exciting.
Yeah, I can't wait for this.
The highest paid actors of 2023 and the newest, richest person in the world.
Oh, we got a newbie, huh?
We do.
It's no longer old Musker?
Nope.
By the way, have you seen what's going on with his hair lately?
No.
Boy.
I ignore him.
It's something else.
Right now, the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
Ah, yes. You guys are probably wanting number 5 here, huh?
I can't wait. Please.
Okay. All right.
Pretty good.
The Blazers play host to Atlanta tonight.
Yeah.
The Hawks a middling 29-35 on the season.
It's a juggernaut compared to the Blazers.
Why?
Do we know who's in, who's out again for Portland?
Know. I stopped.
Jabari Walker out, Jeremy Grant questionable, and then the usual suspects still out, Shaden Brogdon.
All right. In bigger injury news, the Yankees have shut down ace Garrett Cole.
Yeah.
He will miss opening day. They're saying he's out at least 4 to 6 weeks, and he will be sent for more testing.
Yeah.
His elbow.
Tommy John surgery in 3, 2,
Well, I was looking today because I was getting prepared for my hot fantasy draft coming up.
Yeah.
Man, dude, there are a lot of really good pitchers that are shut down for a long-ass time. Like, they're just, like, you think about Scherzer, DeGrom.
Number 4.
Maybe Garrett Cole. Who else is on that list? Kershaw.
Makode Senga, the Mets, we don't
Alcantara.
know how long he's out, but he's out. He's shut down for a bit.
There's a ton of Walker Buehler. There's just a ton of them.
Yep.
Guys' arms are falling.
Well, did you say Ohtani?
Ohtani, there's another
Ohtani
one.
on there. He's going to DH, but he's not going to pitch this year.
Trev Alberts is leaving Nebraska for the athletic director gig at Texas A&M.
Even Trev Alberts doesn't want to be at Nebraska anymore. He's like, I'm out. Screw this.
He will have to pay a $4.2 million buyout. Alberts credited with hiring Matt Rule to coach the Huskers.
Yeah, Trev Alberts has done exactly jack squat at Nebraska.
Well, I think the Rule hire was good, or will prove to be good.
We'll see. He also hired Scott Frost, too.
I don't think he did, though. I think he's only been there for 2 years.
Oh, I thought he was there longer than that.
Maybe. He might have hired Scott. I don't think he did, though. I really don't.
I'll look it up.
On the hardwood, Kenny Payne fired by Louisville. Kenny Payne, a former Oregon assistant under Big Ernie Kent, he went 12-52.
At Louisville?
Yes. Yeah. Can you believe that?
You think they regret firing the vampire all those years ago?
12-52.
Well, again,
at Louisville.
is Louisville-
That's like supposedly a blue blood.
Well, that's kind of the Nebraska thing happening.
And then they got bounced out of their tournament. He kind of blamed the whole institution, said it kind of wasn't his fault.
He's like, kids shouldn't have to come and play under this kind of scrutiny. Dude, you won 12 games in 2 years.
And you took the Louisville job. They're a national championship program.
What an idiot. Screw that guy.
Trev's been there, by the way, since 2021, so he probably did not hire Scott Frost.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
All right. Pac-12 tournament, Huskies and lame duck coach Mike Hopkins are already bounced. They were taken out by USC 80-74. Trojans move on to meet Arizona. Oregon.
By the way, USC just got done bitch slapping Arizona, believe it or not, like a week ago.
USC has been playing better lately.
Yeah.
Oregon State announces Wayne Tinkle will return next season. The Beavers promptly lose to UCLA, ending their season. The final there, 67-57. Tonight it's Cal and Stanford for the right to meet Washington State. Then it's Utah and Arizona State for the right to meet Colorado. No hot Pac-12 tournament takes.
I was looking up. I wanted to see.
Did you fill out your bracket?
I was looking up Bronny James and if he did anything in the
That's
Arizona.
clutch free throws down the stretch in today's game.
Yeah, I saw him shooting free throws.
Yeah, I mean, he got fouled when it could have been a one-possession game.
Took a good
so.
charge.
to
So
see,
shove it.
I wanted to see if
that
he had, I
basketball
wanted to
IQ,
see if
man.
he had done anything, and I mean anything in that game.
The Titans slide in and steal receiver Calvin Ridley. 4 years, $92 million to get $50 guaranteed.
Boy, I'll tell you what. This is an absolute head scratcher for me. I know Calvin Ridley's has the potential to be a good receiver, but between the injuries and the gambling stuff, you gave him $92 million, and he's 30 years old. A.J. Brown was 24 and wanted $100 million, and you wouldn't give it to him.
Yeah, it's weird, especially because Tennessee doesn't have a quarterback, although they did sign Mason Rudolph today.
Will Levis.
1 year, $3.6 million.
I love how people are trying. Like, I've seen people like, look at the Tennessee offense. Yeah, look at it. You've got Calvin Ridley that hasn't played basically in 2 years worth of damn. You got Treylon Burks, who is an absolute bust. You have old-ass DeAndre Hopkins and Will Levis? Like, why are we talking about Tennessee as some sort of, like, people are trying to make this out to be a good offense?
3 notable cuts. The Raiders cut Jimmy Garoppolo and wide receiver Hunter Renfrow, saves them about $19 million. And the Chargers cut receiver Mike Williams, saving them about $20 million.
Yeah, Hunter Renfrow. Well, the Chargers had to. You know, everyone has to get cap compliant, like, by today. And the Chargers restructured their 4 big contracts last year, and they now carry 4 of the biggest cap hits in the NFL. You can only kick it down the road so often. Someone had to go.
Did you see the tweet from Mike Williams, by the way?
What?
Is this something or nothing? He said, I can confirm I've been released by the Chargers. It was a mutual decision as I plan to embark on a new journey to find a winning quarterback to play with.
Whoa!
Please respect my privacy at this time.
Really?
Is that shade at Justin Herbert? It sounds kind
Well,
of
it
like
has to be shade at Justin Herbert. Wow.
Yeah.
Or maybe he just means I just want to go play somewhere where there's a winning. Well, no,
No,
that's kind of damning.
That's a shot.
That's shots.
Damn.
Shots fired.
What's up with Mike Williams?
I don't know. But that's
How about this? Stay healthy, and then maybe I might win.
Sorry, Mike. Your whopping 19 receptions last year did so much to help us win.
You little bitch.
At least Khalil Mack was smart enough to restructure the deal. Yeah, Mike Williams, who's a really talented guy. Yeah, he just can't. I mean, he has missed games. He's missed a lot of games, and you can't carry that kind of. You can't carry that kind of price tag.
And number one, the Seahawks have made a series of moves. They have brought back Artie Burns, the corner, on a 1-year deal. They signed former Jags safety Rayshon Jenkins.
That replaces, obviously, there was a safety need with releasing both of yours, and he's okay. These are all like mid-level players.
Along the offensive line, they have signed Nick Harris to a 1-year deal. He played at UW, most recently was with the Browns. And George Fant, you may remember George Fant.
Yeah, Fant again.
He was most recently in Houston. He returns to Seattle.
He's not terrible, but he'll be a swing tackle. He's emergency in case Abe Lucas's knee isn't fully healed, but he's a depth guy. You'll see a lot more of these kind of 1-year depth signings at this point, but most of the big money, although Calvin Ridley, most of the big money's off the table right now. Armstead is officially released, so he'll garner some attention. He'll get a pretty good chunk of change, but for the most part, your big money dudes have already signed.
Former Seahawks linebacker Bobby Wagner is headed to the Commanders. He's reunited with Dan Quinn.
I'm a little surprised that he ended up there on a 1-year deal. Wagner can still play. I know he turns 34 34 or 35 this year, but Wagner had 130 tackles last year. I'm surprised someone like San Francisco, who, by the way, Eric Kendricks today backed out of his deal with San Francisco and is signing with Dallas.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he said no to San Francisco, and now he's going to Dallas.
Oh.
I'm surprised Bobby Wagner didn't end up on a more veteran contending team. I know obviously the Dan Quinn connection, but Washington's not good.
One signing actually it was a trade between the Niners and Texans. San Francisco gets defensive lineman Malik Collins from Houston, and they only give up a 7th-round pick.
Yeah. Again, just kind of a salary dump. But some of the guys that are still out there, Tyron Smith, who's good but is hurt all the time, Mike Williams, Kendall Fuller, Hollywood Brown, Gilmore's still out there, Chase Young, Armstead. So those are kind of the...
Chase Young. No one cares about Chase Young.
No one thinks he tries anymore.
Yeah. He just, by the way, Devin White, same thing, Super Bowl linebacker. Remember when he was running roughshod over everyone in that Super Bowl? Turns out he got some money and now doesn't play at all. Like, I guess he just has a horrible reputation, takes plays off. And if the Niners can't get consistent effort out of Chase Young, he's going to have to be on 1-year prove-it deals. For the start he had to his NFL career to now, that's a fall from grace.
And some of the most recent film on him has been pretty damning for what the work he puts in.
Yeah.
There's your Hot 5 at 5. It's brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. Maybe some hot AD talk coming up. And are we expecting a Bo Nix to Dylan Gabriel drop-off? It is 5:14 on the Fan.
The home
Did a little sports homework today.
What do you got?
Well, I was surprised by the Trev Alberts thing because Trev Alberts was the AD at Nebraska.
He's Mr. Nebraska.
Yeah, and then he gets hired away to go be the AD at Texas A&M. That's not the surprising thing. The surprising thing to me is that he has a buyout. He has to pay $4 million to go to Texas A&M.
Yeah.
And then I thought, well, I've never really heard of an AD buyout. So I started Googling and researching.
Sure.
And I found a Sportico article that talks about it's just the headline reads, $1 million buyouts expand to college athletic directors.
Okay.
And this was written 2 years ago. A lot of these dudes have major buyouts, and I didn't know that.
Makes sense. I mean, why wouldn't you? Like any other coach has them. Why wouldn't the athletic director?
Yeah, well, that's definitely true. I mean, with the way college athletics has changed and how, big a business it's been or becoming, more so than 10 years ago even.
Yeah.
You would think that athletic directors would be just it's almost like this took too long for athletic directors to get to this point. But in this, they have a list of what athletic directors make and their buyouts.
Because Alberts was making $2 million a year at Nebraska, and you assume with the $4 million buyout, I'm guessing he's got to be making probably $4 million at A&M. Money isn't an issue there.
Well, total comp. So this is not complete, and it doesn't have all the ADs on here. As a matter of fact, Trev Alberts is not even on this list, so I don't know why. But they've got a lot of guys, including Rob Mullins, on this list.
What's Mullins making?
Well, according to this, and these contracts are complicated. They have a salary, and then they have other university compensation, and they have max bonus.
Yeah.
Total compensation, it says here for Mullins, $1.15 million.
So I wonder if that includes a housing stipend, the country club, the car, all that stuff. Does that? I don't know. You're right.
It just says other university compensation. He gets looks like he gets, he's like 21st highest paid AD in the country.
Okay. Because most of those guys, well, not most, all of the ADs at those places, that all comes with country clubs. You get a free car. A lot of them do get some sort of housing thing that comes along with it. I mean, you get other perks. You get use of a plane. Yeah, it's good to be an athletic director at a big time school.
Yeah, they're saying his salary is about $800,000, and then he makes $350 on top of that in other monies.
And my guess is too, like when you want to take your family somewhere, all of the Supreme Court stuff, Pat Kilkenny's plane's available to you. And my guess is Phil's got a nice little house somewhere in the Bahamas that you can shack up in.
You think he uses Phil's houses?
I think he uses Phil's houses, yes.
Yeah, I think it's good to be Rob Mullins.
Yes.
But that is not, that's not a huge salary when you compare it to coaches and, especially football coaches, but also basketball coaches.
Yeah.
So then somebody was texting in saying, God, I can't believe they pay Scott Barnes all that money. He's like the 9th highest paid AD in the country. He is definitely not.
Yeah.
I don't know where that comes from, where that person got that. He's not on this list, but according to another Google search, he's right around where Mullins is.
Okay.
And those guys are, like I said, not all the ADs are on here, but on this list, Mullins is 21st.
So I'm guessing like at the private schools, the USCs of the world, you don't have to release anything.
No.
Public schools, you have to release, the compensation.
But according to this, Mullins is the highest paid AD in the Pac-12.
Okay.
At least of public.
Yeah. Public record.
I'm sure the USC, who's that woman at USC?
I forget what her name is, but
she probably makes more.
She probably makes more.
Highest paid AD in the country. Total compensation, $3.15 million.
Going Greg Byrne.
Patrick Kraft, Penn State.
Really? The Penn State guy, huh?
Apparently.
Well,
his salary's only $750,000, but it says other university compensation, $2.4 million.
Well, how do you come up with 2.4 in other compensation?
That's why these things are kind of screwy.
That is a little weird. Is that? I don't know why you do. I mean, is there some sort of tax bracket thing you're worried about? I don't know, but that's a lot of extra compensation.
See, I would have guessed this guy was number one. Gene Smith, Ohio State.
Yeah, that's a.
So he is stepping down, but he is second at $2.5 million.
I would have said Bama, Texas, Ohio State, Texas A&M. I'm guessing Trev Alberts is getting a serious chunk of money.
They've got Greg Byrne at Alabama at $1.8 million.
Well,
that's
actually
good for top 7.
Sure.
Chris Del Conte, Texas guy,
Yeah.
$2.4 million.
There you go.
That's third.
And remember, a lot of these guys, I remember that this happened with Ohio State a lot. Every time you see one of the, like they win a conference or what, like these guys get a lot of bonuses. Like it's when teams, and not just one team, but when all these teams win championships and go on and play in big events, the ADs often line their pocket. It's not just the coaches that have the bonuses.
Hot Mike Williams tweet update.
Mm-hmm. It's got to be fake, right?
Well, Buckley has fallen for it yet again.
You get sacked.
Again.
You get sacked
well,
again.
this account had thousands of followers, so I believed it.
That was not Mike Williams. It was a fake.
I have found another Mike Williams that is, in fact, the real one with 69,000 followers.
Yeah.
Not the one that had like 8,000.
So let's retract what we said.
He
that
doesn't
Mike
hate
Williams
Justin
said.
Herbert.
He does not.
It just
hate
Justin
Justin Herbert.
Didn't seem. What a weird take.
Well, I believed it
to go out.
Well, I believe my guy Buckley.
Well, and I believed the Twitter account because I was like, well, let's make sure this guy's enough followers. I'm like, oh, he's got thousands of followers. It's got to be him.
First, Buckley. What was the last one you got?
Steve Creamroper.
Steve Creamroper. You've been ball sacked twice.
I have, at least.
It happens to the well in the Iowa. The Ferentz, he ball sacked us all.
Maybe it's time to grab a hold of your little step ladders and go ahead and climb out of my ass for a while.
And you know what? I don't care that that's fake.
Your little step ladders.
That's still amazing. I don't care that that's a deep AI fake. In my mind, that's accurate, and I love it. Someone asking what's the pay to be the athletic director at Portland State? I'm guessing not much.
PSU?
Yeah. I can look it up for you.
I'm going to say $150K. What are you laughing at? It's a good salary.
There was I went out with a gal a couple times who worked in that athletic department. This was years and years and years ago. The story she told me about
I know
what the Mickey Mouse, and it's not anyone. There's just no money.
It's very low stakes, low budge, way more than you think.
Some of the stuff I couldn't believe, and she's like, "Dude, I've worked there for years. This is true."
You're like, "This is a real collegiate institution." Yeah, it's like that at a lot of those small schools.
One of my super hot first radio jobs was doing the Portland State pregame show, tailgate show with Gavin
Go
Dawson.
Vikes.
And we would be out there at the Kingston drinking beer with Tim Walsh. Well, he wasn't drinking beer; he was coaching, but he was the head coach of the Vikings.
Yes,
and we got to know him pretty well, and so we got to know the inside of that. And I really enjoyed. There was a lot of people around the Portland State program that cared, and it was back then. It was fun. I mean, he was winning. It wasn't the Pokey Allen days, but he had a little something cooking, and there was some interest there. But boy, just put it this way, based on everything that I know about Portland State athletics, and I've said this for years, I don't know why they have athletics.
Yeah.
It's
a little rough.
If you know anything about the inner workings of Portland State athletics, you would ask the question, why are we even doing this? Can you answer that? Why? You don't make any money.
Yeah, it's so that you have something to hang your hat on, because financially it's a losing endeavor, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, then
so you just kind of have to have it, so you keep it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing out there. I just know that it's a tight fit. Well, I got conflicting reports here because the one here says that it's 74,000.
That could be right.
But there's another one on here. Some local journalist in 2022 wrote that their new one will make 186 and a golf club membership and 25,000 in moving expenses. So
that also sounds. I mean, either of those
somewhere
could be right.
between those two things. I don't know, but
oh my god,
I just know that it's a tough spot over there. It's a tough spot.
Wow. Somebody said. Damn it, you guys.
What?
Well, someone text us.
Oh, I've seen that. It's terrible.
Who is the woman?
I don't know. It appears to be his grandmother, but it's
what is happening?
What? I'm confused.
Hold on, let me explain it to you. Damn it.
What's the situation? It's over.
Weird things happen on.
Situation.
Okay. Somebody texted and said, do not look into why Aroldis Chapman is trending. Don't do it.
Which means we have to do it.
Hold on on, everybody.
Well, of course, the first thing I'm going to do is look into why he's trending.
I did see why he's trending. And can I tell you this? I did not look into why it was trending because far too often when I see a name that's trending and I click on it, I spend 5 minutes and I still have no effing idea why it's trending. I'm like,
I know, I've done that before too. Well, usually you see a name and you're like, oh, they died.
Yeah. But like, I don't know.
And then you find out they didn't die, and then it's like, well, why are they trending?
Yeah.
Well, this one is pretty easy to find. It is a video of Aroldis Chapman, and he, of course, is a Major League Baseball reliever for... I don't even know who he plays for now.
He was with the Yankee.
He was with my Royals, too, but they got rid of him. Then he went to Texas. He might be in Texas.
Texas is the last team he pitched for.
He posted something on his Instagram. His
He's
story.
on the Pirates now.
Oh, he's a Pirate. Okay. And it's him laying on a couch on top of what looks like his grandma, and he starts grabbing her boobs.
Yeah,
He's honking the horns.
You see the video at first and think he's just like laying on a couch with his grandma, and then he starts giving her the honk, and you're like, what is happening
Now,
here?
according to 573 Baseball, they're saying that's his mom.
Okay.
Still weird?
Yeah. Very
really weird.
Well, I mean,
what is that? What is that?
Well, you know what? That's as someone that has honked a time or two, I do believe indeed that's a honk.
Do you honk your mom?
Yeah,
no.
it's a familial honk.
He's rubbing the belly as well. That is, and she's patting his. What is?
She loves it.
What is that?
Boy,
family like?
that is.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's very, very weird.
So that's why he's trending.
You ever been with a family that's a little too close?
Yes.
It's weird.
It's odd.
Yeah, but
It's
not
weird.
like that.
No.
Oh no.
No, I went over to someone's house once. There was a gal in school that I liked, and I ended up over at her house, and I did not know that it was a family gathering. The family wrestled. They were a wrestling family, and let me tell you, it was very, very uncomfortable watching father, daughter, mother, son engage in full wrestling matches and and I was horrified, like what happens if I'm called into the pleasure pit and now I'm wrestling. It was it takes a lot to make me uncomfortable, and I'm telling you, I was very, very uncomfortable. You have that family that's just a little too close.
Yeah, the Chapmans.
Yeah. Like you're sitting at church and the dad's like rubbing the kid's back, but the hand's like up the shirt, and you're like, what do we gotta stop.
Well, you know, the worst part about that is those families never really know it. Like there's such an innocence to it.
Tom Brady, I'm looking right at you.
I was just gonna say the Tom Brady kiss is the on the kiss on the mouth with his son was the big one.
Frenching his like 10-year-old son, just weird.
And then he's
enough.
like, "What? You don't do that?"
What are you talking
It's like
about?
they're so in a bubble that they have no idea how this.
So he's not aware that rubbing his mom's cans is
apparently.
And by the way, that's not people are running. That's not a grazing touch.
No, this is a very
He's
intentional honking.
And he's laughing.
It's a Von Erich sort of iron claw movement, and he goes from one side to the next. And then he posted it. That's his Instagram account.
Yeah,
so he
what
looked
the
at
hell,
that,
man?
So he looked at that video.
Yeah, he doesn't think that's what I mean. There's this
Yeah.
innocence
This is
about it.
normal in the Chapman
Yeah,
family.
to them they just don't see any. They're like, "What? You don't do that?"
By the way, am I the only one that thinks his mom looks like Frank Robinson?
Oh my
That's
god,
a great call,
John.
I'm dead serious about this. You ask me which one is more accurate here: the fact that Travis Kelce's mom looks like Bruce Valanche, or that Aroldis Chapman's mom looks like Frank Robinson.
I might go Chapman's mom, Frank Robinson. They're both good though.
More so.
My first thought when I saw the video is, why is he rubbing the chest of that elderly man? And then I was like, no, that's his mom. So,
And by the way, nothing will come of this, right?
no, I mean,
Because she doesn't seem.
No, she seems to be all about it.
At the same time,
all this. He's such a cutie.
Didn't Al Franken get booted from?
Well, he got
Congress
booted. He
for
got
this?
booted from Congress because he pretended to honk a Playboy playmate while she was asleep. He didn't make contact.
It was a photo.
It was a photo. There might have been a video, but he pretended she was sleeping like on a military transport, and he
That's
pretended to do the,
Wah, wah.
yeah. I don't even know what to. I
You know what? Quite frankly, I'm not bothered by this.
No?
Because clearly their family.
yeah.
Like that's not the first. Like it's not like she's shocked when he does it.
No.
She doesn't care.
No.
So this is how they.
But also, he has like a checkered past with women. So I'm like, does his relationship with his mom inform all this weird behavior? I don't know.
I just
put her in jail.
I'm just putting this to all the young fellas out there. If you go and you end up with a family,
No honking.
and the family's a little too close.
Don't honk the mom, just the daughter.
If you're gonna honk your mom, don't put it on Instagram.
Yeah. And maybe it's just a warning sign that things aren't necessarily on the up and up. At some point, fathers should stop wrestling daughters and vice versa. And I think that age is about 9. I'm saying 8 to 9 years old, and then it just ends. Same for people families that shower with their kids when they're a little too old. But I'm sure you still shower with the little guy, right? 2?
So he's a little bath kid, but when he goes to his grandparents, they put on their bathing suit and go in the shower with him, and he's 3.
At some point, once conversations can happen, stop showering with your kids. Just stop. It's not okay. There needs to be some basic guidelines. Stop mouth kissing your 12-year-old. It's not good. And don't motorboat those bad boys. I don't care if they're built for speed or comfort. Just don't do it. It's not okay.
All right, well, that was hot AD talk turned into honking your mom talk on the fan.
I guess it's better than honking your grandma, right?
You just never know.
We've got range on this show.
That's right.
I did tell you the first pair of up tops I ever saw was like my 80-year-old Aunt Edna. Came home from school one day, opened the door, and there was my Swedish aunt that doesn't speak a word of English, just...
Now, did we need that story?
Freeze swinging.
Was that?
Oh, no.
Did we need that?
Own part emojis.
God. Are we expecting a Bo Nix to Dylan Gabriel drop-off? Next, here's Buck.
Now,
We are the hosts of the show. This is not AI, Isaac, and Suk.
Your board was kind of turned down there, so now it's back.
Yeah, I was wondering what was going on.
Yeah, for some reason the volume control got messed up.
Yeah, didn't really land like it was intended to.
No, it didn't.
I only have amateur blowing needs.
There we go.
That's better.
There we go.
There you go.
Araldus.
Full on cowboy boy.
We're quiet today.
Show's ridiculous.
He put the USDA stamp on his dong.
What? Boy, I tell you what,
What is happening?
That overlapping right there, that worked.
It's over.
He put the USDA stamp on his dong. When did I say that?
We were talking about tattoos.
We were talking about tattoos, and my tattoo artist had a book of tattoos, and in the very back there was like an adult section, and back there someone had done the USDA logo.
Prime meat.
Do you ever hear a
prime meat?
Do you ever hear a drop of you and go, "That wasn't me. I didn't say that."
No, but I often hear one, and I'm like, "What on God's green earth were we talking about?"
You can take your Halloween and shove it up your little kid ass.
Like that. Like what were we? Where did that?
Well, we were talking about Halloween. I don't like Halloween.
I don't remember the context of probably 75% of the drops.
I'm at 99%.
This is a conversation that I've tried to have.
Yeah, like I have no idea. It could be 20 years old. It could be 5 years old. Couldn't tell you.
I don't think I would do it with my wife. That doesn't seem like why. What's the point?
See, I do remember that.
I remember that one.
I do remember that.
I don't remember when that was.
That was like there was some sort of nude dinner thing that we were talking like people were doing a thing where you blind date, like you went to dinner nude.
Yeah.
And Rob was
In
like,
LA.
well, yeah, Rob's like, I'm gonna do it with my wife.
Yeah, I'd go to that single, but with my wife, what's the point?
Yeah. No,
Yeah, it's where the hard dudes are. Okay. There is a ranking. You all right? Are you getting sick? I feel like I'm losing you. What's going on over there?
I do have a little bit of the sniffles.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah.
You need some.
Yeah, I need a little. I need some
cocaine.
Yeah, I need something. Yeah, I just you get like that head pressure. Like that little like nasal.
It's probably COVID. And you're gonna die. You better get the jab.
COVID hasn't gotten me yet. I've kicked
It would kill
COVID.
the lesser man.
I've kicked COVID's ass twice.
You're gonna die this time, though. Not unless you get 217 jabs.
Third time's the charm. Yeah, I've only had like 140 at this point.
No, I saw a list of college football rankings, and it is the most explosive offenses of 2024.
Even though we don't know what any of those offenses will be.
Well, this is the kind of content you have to put out in the offseason, It's like...
like what we think the explosive offenses will be. With no basis for that opinion.
None whatsoever.
None.
Half these teams, especially with the transfer portal, are entirely new.
But Oregon was number 2.
That makes sense.
And I thought that was interesting. Number 1 being Ohio State.
Now, that's the other fun thing about these lists. When it's like, when your team's not on, it's like, oh, who cares? They don't know. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, Oregon's 2. Look at that.
Right. And these are the types of lists that start to build expectations.
Yes.
Right? The fans pass these around.
Well, so isn't it weird that I know Ohio State, who did they get for their transfer quarterback?
They got Howard.
So they got Will Howard, the kid from Kansas State.
Yes.
So Ohio State, whose offense was just god-awful last year.
Yeah, it was.
And you got like Will Howard, who's a dual threat guy, but doesn't throw the ball very much. And now I'm expecting Ohio State to have the best offense in the world. Although I know they got a lot in the transfer portal, but like Will Howard, really?
Yeah, this says they could be unstoppable.
What?
You have Jeremiah Smith, who is a 5-star wide receiver.
Sure.
Who's coming in. You have Will Howard from Kansas State. They got Ole Miss running back Quinshon Judkins, which they say he's good.
Yeah, he's good.
You lose Harrison, but you also have Egbuka coming back, the wide receiver. So this says Buckeyes could be unstoppable if you insert Smith, the 5-star freshman, rated as the 2024 cycle's top player overall in a talented wideout group, and Ohio State's not going to miss Harrison all that much on the outside.
Because clearly 5-star kids work out all the time. There's never any bust, and Will Howard is the answer.
Figuring out the offensive line rotation and Chip Kelly's updated scheme is the main priority for Ryan Day. Anyway, they were number 1. And Oregon was number 2, and it just got me to thinking, and I get why Oregon's number 2. I mean, they cooked last year. I mean, they were awesome. Will Stein's really good. Tez Johnson's back. You added the Evan Stewart kid from Texas A&M. wide receiver.
Well, and Jordan James back, toting the rock.
Yeah.
Whittington will be back.
Yeah. And Dylan Gabriel. I mean, he's probably the best quarterback out there.
Yeah, Dylan Gabriel was number 1 or number 2 quarterback in the transfer portal.
At one point during last season, 4 or 5 games in, he was a Heisman candidate.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, for sure.
And
he's good.
And he's a proven guy. He's won everywhere
So,
he's gone.
The only question I had with this was, are we really expecting Gabriel to just slide in and do what Bo Nix did? Or is that a little bit of a slight to Bo Nix?
Boy,
and how good he was.
I think it's a little bit of a slight to Bo Nix. I do.
Because that dude was awesome.
Bo Nix had 2 phenomenal years. And I've talked about this many a time. We do this in college football way too often, is we just get a case of the next man up. And the best example of this that I always bring up was like with USC. When USC was in their dominant run, it felt like every quarterback, every running back, every defensive end it was the next one. And they're like, well, this guy's a 5-star kid. But eventually, no offense but you run into the John David Booties and you run into Joe McKnight. And Joe McKnight was fine. He died, by the way, I think. I think he died recently. But Joe McKnight was the number 1 player in the country. And what did we hear? He was the next Reggie Bush. Well, no, he wasn't. There never was another Reggie Bush. And they didn't have another great quarterback for a while at USC.
He died 8 years ago.
Yeah, he died 8 years ago. Yeah, did he get robbed or I don't remember.
He was killed in an apparent road rage accident.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I think he got shot after a vehicular confrontation.
So when you look at Oregon's quarterbacks, it does feel like Oregon's quarterbacks it's a little bit of plug and play. There's been so many good ones, but there's also been some ones that you're like, it's not the best thing in the world.
Dakota Prukop.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be like the savior, and then it ended up not being the guy.
So, when I look at Dylan Gabriel, yeah, I would expect Dylan Gabriel in this offense to come in and roll. I do. But to say that he's going to, if Bo Nix beats Washington in that last game, he wins the Heisman Trophy. That's the weird part is that, seriously, that game right there, that Pac-12 title game, he wins that. They are in the college football playoff, and he wins the Heisman Trophy. So to say that Dylan Gabriel is going to come in with some new weapons and some receivers that are going to, and I know they've got Casper back and Brian Jr., but you lose your best back in Bucky. You lose a couple big linemen, including your best one in Powers Johnson. I mean, there is some people to replace there. It's not like everyone's back. And to say that he should win the Heisman Trophy or be one of the Heisman finalists, that is a tall, tall order. So I'm gonna take a step back and say no Bo Nix, but I would be surprised if Dylan Gabriel struggles because he just doesn't. He's a proven commodity.
He's gonna be and he's experienced, like you said, and I just think he fits right in. But boy, I don't know. Bo Nix was awfully good.
Yes, he was.
It's hard to just keep expecting that every year.
And the weird thing about Bo was I remember when they brought him in,
Oh, yeah.
And I was just as guilty as anyone else. It was like, it's a nice placeholder.
The collective reaction was meh.
Yeah. Then it was like cool. He gives you a veteran guy. He'll be the guy, and you can groom
I guess you can use him if Ty Thompson doesn't work.
Yeah. It was the idea of like you're waiting for the next, the Dante Moore. And we'll say that about Dylan Gabriel, right? It's like Dylan Gabriel comes in and it's like you're just like, it'll be good for 1 year and then Dante Moore takes over. Well, I don't know. Is Dante Moore going to take over? He didn't look good at UCLA. But your quarterback position next year for Oregon feels like one of the better ones in the country.
Yeah, I sort of feel like they're kind of getting this pipeline now of every year getting a badass transfer quarterback that wants to go to Oregon after playing several years somewhere else.
It feels like that's a lot of schools now.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the way it is now.
Yeah.
But Oregon's like, there's a pecking order with that. It used to be Lincoln Riley got all those guys, the top guys.
Yep.
Now, man, he still may, but now it seems like Oregon's like near the top of that.
Yeah.
For all any hot name that comes out on the transfer portal as quarterback, Oregon seems to be like right up there now.
Yeah. I would expect Oregon's offense next year to be very, very good. I mean, you're at that level now where it feels like it's just
it should be.
It's not a rebuild. It's just it's a reload.
I would, if I'm an Oregon fan, I would like it more, flying under the radar a bit. But this is what comes with success. Like they're one of the top 4 or 5 teams in the country in odds to win the college football playoff. Like they're really people now know how good Oregon should be.
And now you have to actually
go live up to it.
Well, now you have to go out and prove it.
Yep.
Because that's what Washington fan is going to say. Hey, but you've been saying this for the last 2 years and you can't beat us. So
I just think it's a lot It's a lot easier to play when nobody's really paying attention, and then
Sure.
it's like, oh, look at those guys.
Well, on the schedule next year, there's some doozies on that bad boy.
There are, but not
Michigan,
as
Ohio State.
not as many as you think. I mean, Michigan, get a break there. Harbaugh's out.
Yep.
Ohio State, you get it home. Other than that,
You got what? Wisconsin.
I think they have to go to Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, Washington, and we're not certain.
then Washington's
We're not
like-
certain what Washington's going to have because Washington's the one. Like
That's what I mean.
Washington lost a lot.
Well, think about if they played their schedule for next year this year.
Yeah.
You're playing three of the best. You're playing three of the top 5 teams in the country.
Yes. Whereas this, you do get like, and
then Oregon State was really good.
And Michigan, new quarterback. You said no Harbaugh, all that stuff, and they sent 18 guys to the combine. So, maybe Michigan isn't what Michigan may take a big step backwards.
Hey, can I give you a Joe McKnight follow up?
Yeah. What do we got
coming up next? How many years did the guy who shot him serve?
Oh, okay.
I guess not enough.
Yeah.
It's 5:51 on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Okay, we've got. I got to turn this one over to Buckley because he's got hot Duck news.
2 Ducks getting hitched over the weekend.
What?
Sabrina Ionescu and Hronis Grasu tied the knot in Laguna Beach over the weekend.
Oh, Laguna Beach, huh? Why?
Yeah.
Why down there?
They're fighting for clicks. We're fighting for wins.
That's a good question. I don't know where he is from. I know she's from Northern California. But among the guests, Satu Sabali, Pau Gasol, and Kobe Bryant's widow, Vanessa.
What was Pau Gasol doing there?
He and Sabrina have a relationship. I think something to do with Kobe, their friends.
Cobes, yeah. Kobe.
A Kobe connection.
She and Kobe. She texted with Kobe.
But yeah, congrats to Hronis
Yeah,
and Sabrina.
congrats. And isn't it weird that Kobe's dead? Isn't that so weird?
It's really strange.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
If you're considering new construction and want it done right and fast by a team that's focused on innovation, collaboration, and creativity, you want Mods PDX. At Mods PDX, we craft beautiful, sustainable, energy-efficient buildings of the highest quality. Our modular approach means your
So I think we're live witnessing him coming down with HIV or perhaps COVID right here on the air. Here he is.
I did Wordle again today.
I'm all right. Just had to blow my nose.
Are you okay?
I'm okay. I'm not dying.
Okay.
Little stuffy.
All right. That was a pretty long nose blow.
Well,
I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, who knows what else I was doing?
I know.
Had to take care of this nasal drip somehow.
I thought you had to go poo-poo.
No, maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. I don't know.
You wouldn't admit it if you did?
Maybe I went left. Maybe I went right.
Did you get into the little girl's toilet?
I was actually looking for some nasal decongestant over there in the emergency.
Should I go right? Should I go left? Damn it. How do I get in that little girl's toilet?
We have that big first aid kit in there, and sometimes they have
some ibuprofen over there.
Yeah, they have ibuprofen, but I did not see any. I didn't see any. Need some like Dayquil or something.
Okay, how long do you think Joe McKnight's? Is that his name?
Yeah, Joe McKnight.
That's right.
How long do you think his shooter was sentenced to?
So it's a road rage incident, right?
Yep. Let me give you the deets.
Yeah.
So he was shot on December 1, 2016 by 54-year-old Ronald Gasser at an intersection in Terrytown, Louisiana. McKnight exited his vehicle and approached Gasser's car when he was shot by Gasser, who was still in his own vehicle. An initial report based on an alleged eyewitness claimed that after firing the shot, Gasser stood over McKnight and said, "I told you not to F with me," after which he fired another shot. However, this scenario was disputed by the sheriff, which stated that forensic evidence suggested Gasser fired the shots in quick succession from within the car.
Is Ronald Gasser white?
He remained at the scene and turned in his gun to police. That's a good question. I don't know.
I'm going to say that he served...
Ronald Gasser is white.
I mean, I hate to do this. I'm going to say he served no time.
Well, he was only just resentenced in 2022.
Oh, he's resentenced.
Yeah, so we don't know how long he's going to serve, but his sentence... How long do you think his sentence was?
I think probation or something.
Are they gonna give him like a stand your ground situation because McKnight was approaching his car? Yeah, they're gonna give him like 18 months or something.
And it was in Louisiana. I'm gonna go no jail time.
He got 10 years.
Oh,
but it was 30.
Wow.
Yeah. So they took him into custody for questioning and released him without pressing charges. He was arrested for manslaughter 4 days later and was indicted by a grand jury on the more severe charge of second-degree murder. And then he was acquitted but found guilty of manslaughter by a 10-2 verdict, and he was sentenced to 30 years in prison in 2017 for manslaughter. 30 years.
Boy, I often say I'm shocked at how lenient it feels like murder or manslaughter sentences are, and this dude got 30 years?
Well, the conviction then and the sentence were overturned as a result of the Ramos versus Louisiana ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court.
I was thinking to myself, Ramos. Yeah,
I was reading through those notes
where
recently, and it did sound much like Ramos versus Louisiana.
Yeah. So what are they?
They declared that non-unanimous criminal convictions violate the 6th and 14th Amendments.
Can't do that. Can't do that.
Because the decision was made retroactive, all defendants who had not exhausted appeals had their convictions set aside for new trials, and Gasser was granted a new trial shortly after the Ramos decision. However, because of double jeopardy, he can only face manslaughter and not murder. So he then was sentenced just last year to 10 years in prison, but he has remained in prison awaiting retrial. They did not let him out.
Okay.
So obviously he was up to some, dude, that's a long time. He's been in prison for 5, 6, 7 years now.
Do they give him time served on that?
It didn't say.
So I wonder if he's only got like 5 more years and he gets out.
It's eerie. I Googled the guy to answer your question, Suk, white or black, and there's a photo of him sitting next to his car and a deceased or a soon-to-be deceased Joe McKnight laying on the ground behind him with EMTs and cops. It's in the middle of the day. It's very eerie.
Well,
wow.
I am often just stunned at this, he was approaching my car. Drive away.
Yeah, this guy just looks like he was ready for it and all about it.
I understand that you have a gun. I get it. Like I got a gun. I'm badass. I can defend myself. You know what else you can defend yourself? Just drive away. It's like, hey, there's a scary guy coming at me. I'm in my car. He's on foot. Drive away.
That's the thing with some of the stand your ground stuff. People, have
Good
this
luck with that.
mentality where I'm like,
Yep.
well, I'm allowed to shoot him. Well,
Yep.
just because you think you might be able to under the law doesn't mean you should.
I
You
was
could
threatened.
just turn the other cheek.
It's the same thing that happened in downtown Portland.
Yeah, and here's my thing too. Even if you think you are entitled, would you like to spend $500,000 on legal fees? Would you like to potentially go to jail for manslaughter?
Or just roll the dice that you might get convicted for murder.
Just drive away. There's this wonderful little thing called the gas pedal, and here, oh no, there's someone approaching my car. Gone. You're out. Well, we get into this whole like, well, I ain't going anywhere. It's my right to be right here. Well, cool, dude. One man's dead. And yeah, Joe McKnight, don't get out of your damn car to go threaten someone or whatever.
Exactly.
But at the same time, this jackass, all you've done is destroy 2 lives. You've ended one and you've destroyed yours. And even if you get out of prison, welcome to the world of being a convicted felon, my man. Like, what a dumbass.
My platform has been updated, guys. I have a new top of my ticket item.
This says something because your platform has not moved in quite some time.
The top of my ticket is 4-day work weeks. That's what I will implement.
People know what you're about.
Well, I'm about to be for something even better. That's next on The Fan.
It's March. If you're like me, you're more concerned about bracket busters, not
Well, that's why you get 30 years for
That's
manslaughter.
why you get 30 years.
Because
So-
it's like manslaughter, but aggravated.
Yeah. So I mean, it's one of those where they're saying that he literally that's not where he was going. He followed him for 5 miles, confronted him, pulled up alongside of him. McKnight got out, and imagine again, a life was ruined and a life was taken because someone was speeding and cut someone off
And went out of their way to have the confrontation.
Yeah.
So as you know, I have many items on my platform.
Yes, you do.
If you vote for me, I will work hard to implement a 4-day work week. I will publicly shame Loud Muffler Guy to the point where he will no longer be Loud Muffler Guy.
Well, the 33% less tea as well.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the tea. Yeah, 33.6% less tea.
There'll be something in the water, fluoride, but to reduce our tea.
Although I tell you, those women's basketball coaches, it's going to be hard to take down their tea.
Yeah, do you think
Dawn Staley?
Do you think Mulkey has she needs 33% less tea? That's a lot of tea.
Even women need it.
Yeah.
Well, one of the big things about the 4-day work week is, and that is at the top of my ticket, is that I believe we need to reduce stress and anxiety levels in our country, and that would help do that. It's not really a radical idea. I mean, as a matter of fact, there was
other countries have tried this, right?
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of very positive studies on this, and there was a bill just introduced into Congress, I think this week, that they're trying to reduce the work week from 40 to 32 hours. It's not a crazy idea. The long hours that we work in this country, it's really absurd. And if you really think about it, we don't need to do that. We can squeeze it all in 32, and if you work more, then you get paid more. But I am so ahead of my time, JC Babes.
Yeah, you've been on this for years.
Yeah, I've been on this for years. I just feel like we're slow. We're slow to get there, but we're trending towards the 4-day work week. And it wouldn't be all. It couldn't be all entities, all professions.
There's some jobs that
you just can't.
Someone on the text line asking about your jobs.
Yeah.
You guys still going to do Fridays? Because they don't want you out.
No, definitely we would only work 4 days.
Yeah, because that 20-hour work week is not cutting it. So 16.
That's right.
Something tells me we would be excluded from the 4-day work week.
I'm sorry. You might be excluded. Not me. I want my 3-day weekends. I want work-life balance. No, I mean, I have work-life. I'm one of the lucky ones.
Yes.
I do have work-life balance, and I love that. But if I didn't, I would be miserable.
We have plenty of time to work in our hobbies, but I know plenty of people that do not.
that don't, and it sucks.
Yes.
So
the idea of getting up every day to go to a job that you don't particularly want to go to, so that you can have 2 days to sort of decompress, but you spend Sunday dreading going back to work, also that you can hopefully take a week's vacation somewhere.
Dude, no way to go through life.
No, it is not.
It just isn't.
No.
So I'm so ahead of the curve on this, I have already changed the platform before they've even implemented the 4-day work week.
Okay.
How about my new stance that we should go to a 3-day work week? Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're going like 3 20-hour shifts? Is that where you're going with this?
No. This is not very well thought out, but here's what I want to read you.
Talk to me, Chris.
A new study suggests that it is ideal for people over the age of 40 to only work 3 days a week. I don't know about you.
It's ideal.
But I'm 40. And I'm a man.
I am a man, and I am indeed 40. And then some.
T. Wade coming through with your campaign slogan, ROP 2024, doing just enough for your America.
Yeah, you're looking at it all wrong.
Isn't the problem in our country is that a lot of us don't work, and when we're at work, we don't do anything?
Well, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
If you're not doing anything, why not just condense it down to 32 hours of not doing anything instead of 40?
I love the idea. In order for that to work, you would actually have people that would have to be productive. And that's where I'm not certain.
Yeah, the studies show,
yeah,
and there have been some companies that have done it in the U.S., and there are several studies across the world, the Earth planet.
Yes.
Where this has been tried and productivity does not dip.
Why do the Asians then, who work harder, longer, why are they more productive than anybody?
You'd have to ask them. I'm not running for. I'm not in Japan.
You're not running for president of Asia.
Yeah, this is the United States of America. We're about winning championships.
This is America.
This is why the
We're about
Asians
winning
will one day own our country, and quite frankly, they're going to deserve it.
If working more than 3 days a week just doesn't feel right, research might be on the side of people over the age of 40, supporting the idea of a 4-day work weekend, or a 4-day, sorry, supporting the idea of a 4-day weekend, a Melbourne Institute worker paper report. Oh my God, that's a mouthful. From the Melbourne Institute of Applied Economic and Social Research explores the effects of working hours on cognitive ability. And researchers found a correlation between age and productivity that's been making headlines since the report was published 7 years ago. People over the age of 40 performed at their most productive levels when they didn't work more than 3 days a week.
This person says, I currently work 3 12-hour shifts, and it's great. There you go.
Well, that's the nursing schedule. I've always liked that.
Yeah.
Firefighters,
nurses.
If you would, let's say you and I could do, well,
we work 20 hours a week. We're excluded.
Well, we work more than that, but we're on the air 20 hours a week.
Sometimes.
If you and I could do a 6-hour show, but only, 6.5 hour show, whatever.
3 days a week.
3 days a week.
Yeah,
I'd do that. I'd do that in a heartbeat.
Yes.
So we just kill the club at 7, like we'll just keep going for another hour and a half.
God, would people be so ticked off when they got to Thursday and had to wait till Monday to hear you guys again?
We have, and then
hey, keep them wanting more.
We'll just make up whatever. This is what we think is going to happen on Friday, and if we're wrong.
Well, imagine how easy the shows would be too, because we'd have 4 days.
Yeah, you'd have all
where
built
we hadn't
up.
been on the air. You'd have all that stuff built up.
Yeah. We've talked about this many times. I love the idea of any of this. Anytime you bring this up, because I'm with you, work-life balance. I don't see how in any way in a practical world any of this works. But I'm with you.
Well, let's try it. And if it fails, we can go back. It's like our laws here in Portland.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, we should decriminalize everything. Okay, let's go back.
Roll.
Hey, you can always change it. For the study, 2,965 males, 3,502 females, all Australian, were given a series of cognitive tests that asked them to read text aloud, read text backward, and match numbers and letters upon or under a given time limit. The tests, the researchers said, would help them measure the participants' memory and ability to reason. They found that the middle-aged volunteers worked just 25 to 30 hours a week. They experienced a positive effect on their cognitive function. Which improved as their working hours increased. But when their working hours exceeded that amount, there was a negative impact on their cognition, and participants felt more fatigued and stressed.
When you think about like everyone now with their anxiety problems and stress, you imagine if you went back and told someone from like the turn of the century.
Yeah, you tell the boomers now, and they hate the youth for how they feel about everything.
Go back to your great-grandpa that was born in 1874 and be like, you know what?
Built my house with my bricks with my own bare hands, and then I went off to war. Sitting there on your TikToks.
Like, I am with, like, we should all hopefully be happier and have, happy lives. But my God, dude, sometimes I listen to people whine about their lives, and I'm like, how could our lives get any easier? Like it's like we're not standing in
Speak for yourself.
We're not standing in bread lines. You get some person that's like just livid about their life. Meanwhile, they just DoorDash some Buffalo Wild Wings and like some Coors Lights to their place the other day because they were too lazy to go drive to get it. Like there's got to be some sort of balance to it.
The study also found that subjects who worked 55 hours a week showed cognitive issues that were worse than people who were retired or unemployed.
Huh.
Look at that.
Maybe the homeless have it figured out.
They
just shut it down.
They're ahead of their time.
They're ahead of their time. They say, you know what? Not working. They've taken that 3-day work week and they've blown it straight to hell and gone with the no work day. This thing, I'm not doing it.
So there's my new platform.
The 3-day.
Yep.
The 3-day.
And I'm toying with the idea of 2 20-hour days.
Except for like manufacturing plants, cops,
they can do
first responders.
We'll give them all blow.
Oh.
5 days off, dude.
I'd take 3. But 4, yeah, that's why not?
Okay, the more sensible thing is a 4-day work week. I get it.
Yes.
So,
but
just know.
See, what you do is you start the push for the 3-day, and then you negotiate your way up to 4.
Bingo.
I like where you're going with this.
Bingo.
Why aren't you running for office again?
Well, because I'm an atheist, and I'll be dragged.
That's true.
By the
you can't.
You have to say you. That's why Trump pretends to be into God.
Yeah. Can't you do that too?
You have to you have to hold a Bible and stuff.
Isn't holding the Bible worth a 4-day work week?
You're right. I'm going to go out on Burnside and hold a Bible and
you can just
take a picture.
What if you just became one of those street preachers that goes to sporting events with one of those megaphones?
I don't preach.
No?
I try not to be preachy.
By the way, I often have asked myself, has anyone ever come to Jesus with one of those things? I may have seen the best one ever. When I was down in New Orleans, Saturday night, Bourbon Street, 2 a.m, Thunderdome. Full week after Mardi Gras, Thunderdome. And I mean, it's
like a bunch of partiers?
Yes. It was just
you had the Jesus guy out
You
there?
could not move. It was shoulder to shoulder people. And right in the middle of it, right like smack dab, right outside of Fritzel's, good little German bar that we were drinking at and listening to some tunes. I come out and my man had propped up with the karaoke machine, and he had another dude that was up on a step ladder with the big we're going to hell sign, and my man was out there spreading the word. And I was like, wow, of all the places to go, Saturday night Bourbon Street.
And he's going. I give him credit because he's going right where the sinners are. He's going right into the mouth of the lion.
Right into the lion's den.
Because if you go to I don't know, if you go to just Moda Center for a game, half the people may be on your side anyway, so you're wasting your time.
Yeah.
These people are all heathen.
I just wanted,
notably you.
Yeah, I just wanted to see someone coming out of the Hustler Club at 2 a.m, being like, yes.
The person outside's holding up John 3:16. They're like, you know what? Tell me more.
Yeah, and dude, the guy was just yelling. You couldn't hear much because it was all distorted. So it was just a lot of screaming, but occasionally you heard God. And he was out there with his big "We're all gonna burn in hell" sign. And I did. I was like, well,
he might not be wrong.
It was a bold move.
But what do I care? I'm dead.
Well, just become one of those guys, though. You can do that, and then you got your religion, and you can run on your platform. I don't think you have to be, super religious. You have to have a religion. Just be street preacher guy.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll work on that with my people.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about this story yet. We go Primetime Lake Oswego next. Wild times at a sleepover. It's 6:21 on the Fan.
You're not running for president of Asia.
Yeah.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. Brian Baldinger's our guest, Odyssey NFL Insider. Is there a non-quarterback prospect for you that you get really excited about?
Well, I'll just keep it local for you guys. I think Bucky Irving is a really good player. The center is a great player. If you're looking to upgrade that position the way, say, the Pittsburgh Steelers are, you can't get any better than what they have at Oregon right now.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
Northbound I-5 still a struggle north of Terwilliger, heading over the Markham Bridge out towards the 84 split, and then more slow traffic from 405 and the Fremont Bridge out to the Interstate Bridge.
No need to feel bad for wanting quality winter golf conditions, even in the wet Northwest. It exists at Langdon Farms. 100% committed to sand and drainage. You will see the difference. Langdon Farms, no better course in the Northwest for year-round golf. Book your tee time at langdonfarms.com.
If the police have officers who specialize in DUI arrests, shouldn't you have a law firm that specializes in DUI defense to help you? This is McDaniel Reynolds with the Reynolds Defense Firm. We specialize in one thing, representing good people who face DUI charges. Did you know that most police agencies have officers who are DUI specialists? These officers focus on just a narrow part of police work, DUI investigations.
for some story, and he was talking to the reporter and brought up Sandy Hook and was like, that didn't happen. And she was like really bothered by it and was like, are you serious? And he was kind of bloviating on it and saying that it wasn't dead and they were actors.
Said the kids were actors, said the families were too.
And the whole thing. And then I guess the other one didn't want to put their name to it because they were like, I do not want to be involved in this. I do not want to get it a back and forth. But they were like, no, I was there. I saw it. So 2 reporters are saying yes. And then, like I said, Jake Tapper and someone else are saying, no, this is true. So apparently behind the scenes, he is a full-on Sandy Hook denier.
And the Sandy Hook denial thing comes from where?
So, well,
Alex Jones' thing?
It's an Alex Jones thing. So he lost like $100 million lawsuit against it. So
Yeah.
Alex Jones, that douche canoe, and some others believe that the Sandy Hook, if you don't know what Sandy Hook is, that was the elementary in Connecticut where I think they killed 20 kindergartners and like 6 teachers. The Asperger's kid shot it up, killed his mom, and then went there. They're claiming that didn't happen, that there were no kids, that the parents are all actors, and that the whole thing was a false flag by the government to try to come steal our guns and whatnot, and to push an agenda.
A gun thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
So, and like, by the way, like a couple of the families of the murdered children, they had Alex Jones people show up on their doorstep protesting them.
Saying you're not really parents.
Saying
of dead
you're not
kids.
really parents. Imagine having your child gunned down, and then these asshats show up at your door to yell at you, saying that your murdered child isn't real. And by the way, he lost. Like he got sued to oblivion, and apparently Aaron Rodgers is one of these idiots now. And this is like, if you want to believe in the moon landing or the jet, whatever, dude. But seriously,
I don't believe in the moon landing.
You're really at the point where this is extra heinous. When you're taking 20 families that had the worst thing, their kindergartners were murdered in cold blood, and you have the balls to stand in front of them and say that didn't happen. Let me just give a special F you to Aaron Rodgers and Alex Jones and anyone else that believes that hunk of crap. Kiss my rosy red ass.
Well,
anyway. So he's looking for a VP.
So Rob for VP.
Rob for VP. He's considering Tony Robbins.
Can we start a GoFundMe to save Cheryl Hines from that man?
Yeah.
That hurts me. Cheryl
she
Hines.
seems wonderful.
She's great.
Yeah.
And I really only know her from Curb, but why is she with that dude? That whack job of a dude.
He is a Kennedy. I mean, that probably carries some allure.
That's probably how he got her.
Yeah, he's in great shape. And
now, you think she's stuck? You think she's like, damn it.
Well,
now, or is she a whack job?
I don't know. Like, what do you do if you find out?
If you don't know, she's married to Robert Kennedy.
Yeah, RFK Jr.
There was a tweet going viral that said Aaron Rodgers quitting the Jets to run for VP for the crackpot independent candidate married to Cheryl Hines is by far the best way to conclude Curb Your Enthusiasm. Kudos to Larry David for drawing it up like this.
100%.
That's so true. Can Rodgers play football and Veep at the same time? Can you do that?
I don't think you can. That would be problematic.
Can you imagine like the Secret Service down on the sideline and like little uniforms and stuff?
That was the other one. Said if Aaron Rodgers is inaugurated as VP in January and the Jets make the Super Bowl in February, would the Secret Service have to gun down any opposing pass rushers? What are we doing here?
Boy, wouldn't that be something? Right? Like, I don't know. Like Myles Garrett comes swinging your helmet at him, and he gets
going after my president.
Takes one in the abdomen.
my vice president.
Your VP. Oh, what's the VP do, anyways? I don't know.
I don't know.
But yeah, I guess they had a list of people he was considering, and
Rodgers is such an eye roll.
It was Rodgers, Ventura. I'm trying to think of who the other ones. Tulsi Gabbard was on there. Was actually a political person, but I saw.
Oh, I remember her.
Yeah, I saw.
Tony Robbins.
Tony Robbins
made the list.
Yeah,
your boy.
His giant head.
He's huge, isn't he? Isn't he like 7 feet tall?
He's enormous.
Isn't he like 8 feet?
And his head is just.
His mouth is like the size of like 4 mouths.
You ever see that Simpsons episodes where Ken Griffey Jr. took all that nerve tonic and it like grew his head? I feel like that's Anthony Robbins. Like it's just that giant jaw. I feel like if I punched him, it would break my fist. My hand would just disintegrate on that granite jaw.
Is Tony Robbins married?
I don't know. I know very little about Tony Robbins. But I do know that
he was married to Becky Robbins from 84 to 98, and then he married again Sage Robbins.
Yeah, they're still married.
So yeah, still married to his second
He's
wife.
64. He looks great.
He's 64?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Older than I thought.
Yeah, but he looks great. He's probably on he's on everything. I mean, you name it, he's on it.
Well,
I don't know. Tony Robbins, he could motivate the country to a 4-day work week. I don't know. The best part about those Tony Robbins seminars, he works really blue. Like he cursed, like it's like the first time you hear that, you're like, whoa.
Like he makes you feel bad about what you're doing?
Well,
where does he live?
Probably Hawaii or something. I don't know. He's rich as hell. No, you just don't expect like a motivational speaker to like, work in like 9 F-bombs. Yeah, that's a whole thing. He's worth so much money. I guarantee that guy lives.
Palm Beach?
Florida. Yeah, they live in Florida.
Yeah.
This says Robbins was a vegan for 12 years, and then he reportedly added fish to his diet. While eating a fish-heavy diet, he developed mercury poisoning and nearly died.
Oh.
His diet now consists of mostly vegetables with a small amount of animal protein.
Oh,
How about that?
Well,
how about that, fella?
He looks great. Please stop sending me emails. I signed up for that stupid McConaughey thing for the show. I can't, dude. My inbox, and no matter what I do, I get flooded with Tony Robbins and McConaughey, and there's like 2 other douches. It's not even just McConaughey emails. I got like 4 separate self-help, like motivational speakers that won't stop emailing.
Well, that's your own fault.
Well, someone had to do it for the show.
Yeah.
I took that bullet.
And I'm glad it wasn't me.
And it's just a never-ending stream. I've unsubscribed to every one of those things like 12 times.
I got to tell you, man.
I've tried to put on the filters, and somehow they motivate their way into my inbox.
I absolutely hate spam email.
Yes.
It drives me freaking crazy.
Yeah.
I hate it. And I go out of my way to unsubscribe.
By the way, Tony Robbins has a $75 million home in Fiji, by the way.
Nice.
It's good to be Tony Robbins.
All right. I was supposed to get to...
We got orgy news or something?
What?
Yeah, Lake Oswego orgy news?
No.
Like an orgy?
No. Why do you guys get orgy?
Someone said you brought up...
Yeah, we just read the text line and repeat it.
Those guys are idiots.
There's not an orgy?
No. It's the story of the guy drugging the 12-year-old girls.
Oh.
Did you read that story? The Lake Oswego guy?
Oh, this was the dad.
Oh, the sleepover. The drugging the sleepover.
Did you guys read the deets of that?
I didn't. I just
No,
kind of
but
saw
you're gonna
like
tell us.
I saw like a general overview.
God.
I'd like to repeal my orgy statement. I'd like to walk that back.
Thank you.
I thought we were just talking about like a cool Lako orgy, because if so, all right. But I only have amateur blowing needs. Yeah. Seriously, his house in Fiji, I'm watching a YouTube video of it. It's insane. Apparently he's good friends with Jerry Springer, or was.
All right. It is 6:35. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update, brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships now as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on the Fan, Pac-12 tournament is underway. In the early game today, USC took down Washington. Trojans will meet top-seeded Arizona tomorrow. Oregon State and UCLA had the afternoon tilt. UCLA won that one 67-57, ending the Beavs season. The Bruins, meanwhile, will play Oregon tomorrow. Coming up later tonight in the 8:30 game, it'll be Utah and Arizona State. Right now, it's rivals Cal and Stanford doing battle. The Cal Bears with a 25-17 lead, about 7 minutes to go in the first half. In the association, the Blazers are back at Moda Center tonight. They're tipping it off against the Atlanta Hawks. In just about 30 minutes, Jabari Walker is out for Portland. Jeremy Grant is questionable. The Blazers are 3.5-point home underdogs. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Fan Madness, presented by George McCoy at Warren Allen Attorneys at Law, March 20. fun.
Can I get a hot tub?
All right. Allow me to introduce you to Lake Oswego's Michael Maiden.
Seems like a good dude.
God, this guy.
Yeah, it's all kinds
So
of...
he's been arrested and he turned himself in and everything. But this story was several weeks ago. It actually happened last summer. He's a 57-year-old dude. And so he got a divorce from his wife. And he has a home they had a home in Lake Oswego, and he has 2 kids. They had 2 kids.
Yeah.
But in this story, his kids don't have any of these smoothies that he's about to hand out. But the investigation starts on August 26th of last summer when Lake Oswego police are called to the emergency room up at Randall's Children's Hospital, where 3 girls tested positive for benzodiazepine.
Roofies.
The girls told police they attended a sleepover at their friend's home, and they suspected that they had unknowingly been given drugs by their friend's father. They described feeling groggy and blacking out. They told police that Maiden had been very involved with their activities during the sleepover, and they got ready for bed at his direction. The girls spent most of the time in the basement where they had watched movies and did facials. Sometime between 9 and 11 p.m., he prepares smoothies and insists they drink them. The drinks had tiny white chunks throughout and sprinkled on top. One of the girls said she didn't like smoothies and declined to drink hers, but then he insisted, even making her a second one. According to the affidavit...
Suspicious much, my man?
No kidding. Maiden made repeated visits to the basement, at one point holding his fingers under one girl's nose and waving his hand in front of her face to see if she was asleep. He also moved one girl's arm and moved her body on the bed. The girl remained awake in fear that he was going to do something to her friend. Then he walks out of the room, and one of the girls, scared to death, texts her mom, 1:43 a.m., and says, "Mom, please pick me up and say I had a family emergency. I don't feel safe. I might not respond, but please come get me.
Yeah.
Please, please, please pick me up. Please, please."
What a terrifying text to get.
Dude, no kidding. God. Maiden returns to the basement, standing near the area where the girls were sleeping for what seemed like an extended period of time. One girl told police she could feel him watching her by his presence as she kept her eyes shut, pretending to be asleep.
So he's the creepiest human being on the planet.
He appeared to keep doing tests to make sure we weren't awake. In the middle of the night, an adult who one of the girls had texted came to pick her up and bring her home. The girl then woke up her parents, who then contacted the parents of the other girl.
So no one got left behind. They all got out of there?
They got out of there. The parents went to Maiden's home about 3 a.m. to collect their daughters. He resisted at first, saying they were asleep, and asked them to return in the morning.
Oh, my God.
But the parents insisted.
Boy, I'm trying to wrap my head around that if I showed up at someone's door at 3 in the morning and was like, hey, I kind of get my daughter.
Where's my kid?
And they're like, no, come back in the morning.
Dude.
There's going to be...
Fly.
There's going to be issues.
At noon the following day, between 9 and 12 hours after the girls had allegedly been drugged, they interview one of the girls. She was walking slowly, used assistance of her mother for balance. Her eyelids were heavy, and she spoke slowly. The girl recalled she felt woozy, hot, and clumsy after drinking the smoothie, and subsequently blacked out, falling into a thick, deep sleep that she had never experienced before. The girl could not walk on her own, and she left his house and kept repeating, what happened, before her parents decided to take her to the hospital. Wow. They then show, court records show that Maiden and his wife divorced last year. They own a home in Lake Oswego at the time of the sleepover. Neither of their 2 children is named as a victim. Court records show his current address is an RV park in Vancouver.
Oh, how about that?
Your boy.
My guy. Just over
Up
there,
in your
just
neck of the woods.
RVing it out in Vancouver.
Hold on, everybody.
Wow.
The divorce filings note that Maiden worked as a human resources director, but was out of work at the time he and his wife split up.
Good Lord.
Wow.
This is like the worst plot in the history of mankind. Like, you imagine like his thought process, like I'm going to get away with this?
Also, like, this may have been a plan that only came half to fruition.
I was going to say,
the whole, like, putting
What
his
was he
finger in their
doing?
nose to see if they're breathing and if they're waving. Like,
Well,
what else was he going to do if they didn't get all the way
I got a
knocked
good
out?
idea.
Yeah, well,
I think we all have a good idea of what was
But
happening.
he didn't, though.
He didn't, thank God.
Why not? That's the question.
Well, it sounds like none of them were really passed out.
Well, and yeah, it may have been that he was trying to not overdose them, and so he's trying a little bit more. He's like trying to walk some weird line where, ugh.
Well, like a text was sent, like I said, one was up. It was, but we all know that had no parents had shown up, we know where that was heading. Good Lord, I'm just looking at this douche canoes photo. And I don't know what kind of jail sentence he's going to get, but I'm hoping that it's a severe one.
Well, that was my next question. What do we think this guy does?
I mean, I don't know what you can get him for drugging kids. You can't get him for any of the sexual stuff. He didn't do anything. So I don't know what that carries, but he should be a registered sex offender. We should have an ankle monitor on this douche. And if he lives in an RV park, let me know where he's at. I'd love to go pay him a visit.
Yeah, he looks...
Yeah, he just
looks like a creep.
He just looks like a smarmy 57-year-old man that apparently, how old are they, 12?
Yeah.
That likes drugging 12-year-olds. I can't believe, I'm not trying to go all vigilante, but if I went to pick up my daughter who had been drugged, that would not have been a casual.
If you got that text, you would have walked right in the house.
Yes.
You're not gonna wait for him to answer and see what he said.
I'm coming. There's going to be a situation, and when he tries to pull the come back later, I mean, that man is getting thrown down a flight of steps. I mean, because in my head I'm like, okay, where's my kid? What has happened? And then I see my kid, and my kid's been drugged. Clearly, can't stand, can't walk. I just don't, we're just not leaving that house. The police are coming one way or another. The police are coming to arrest him then, or they're coming to arrest me because he has been beaten to a pulp.
And then these situations always make me wonder, how much does the ex know about how,
exactly.
Was this cause for their split? Him having weird tendencies and things, but does she know that her daughter wasn't safe with her ex? It's a lot.
And then they have kids,
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think if your dad does that to your friends?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Good. So let's all keep an eye out for old Michael Maiden here. By the way,
makes Aroldis Chapman seem pretty harmless.
Yes.
Joe Flacco to the Colts.
Oh, very Coltsy. They've had quite the string of starters.
So when Anthony Richardson goes down, Joe Flacco gets the
They
Flacco
won't
time.
skip a beat. All right, it is 6:47. We'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. Excited to talk with
The 64.
Oh wait, never mind. This is the biggest one apparently.
That's the biggest? Schultz loves his Dutch Brothers.
Dutch Bros, man. My kid swears by Dutch Brothers. Loves Dutch Brothers.
I can't.
I found it really strange when people started putting like decals on their car, like Dutch Mafia, and I'm like, man, you love your coffee that much that you're throwing the
It's a whole thing.
What
car
I appreciate
decals
about
on.
Dutch Brothers is they figured out the greatest scheme in the world because they don't pay their employees; they get other people to do it for them, and that is crazy. Like, yeah, well, those guys don't get paid. Yeah, because you pay them. It's
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Dutch. Everyone wants to work at Dutch Brothers, and they pay nothing. They pay minimum wage.
Everyone wants to work there because it's fun.
No, everyone wants to do it because you make a S ton of money because they don't pay you anything, but everyone else does.
So you get a bunch of tips? Is what
You
you're
get a
saying?
bunch of tips.
Oh. All right. Well, that's cool. Good. Tips are good. I like that business model. Hey, if I could own a Dutch Brothers franchise, I would.
I know a guy that owns like 7 of them, and maybe he owns Black Rocks. I don't know. He owns those kind. It's good.
Yeah, it's a good business.
It's a great, it's a great
Dude.
business. I just love now, no matter what you do, and that iPad spins around. And you're like, are you kidding me? Bought popcorn at the Timbers game.
Are you kidding
But they're also really cool there, right?
No,
They're supposed to be.
I can't.
Yeah, Dutch Bros?
I don't drink
Aren't they
coffee.
supposed to be like super friendly and like...
My lady sends me through. She'll be like, call me up and be like, can you go get me a coffee? And I just dread it because I pull up there and I do not want high energy Susie. Oh my God, what are you doing? Like, can you just give me the coffee?
What are you doing today, Jason?
Yeah, just nothing. I'm gonna roll up the window now and just knock
Have any
on
big
it.
What's
plans
a good name for
today?
that, Jason? Yeah, the big plans.
Do you
is
have
the
any
next
big plans today? God, that drives me absolutely
Nice day out there. Got some big plans for the weekend?
Trying not to ram my head into the windshield right now. That's what I'm trying to do.
All right, Hot Corner is next. We are back tomorrow with, okay, so wait, I got to explain something.
Short
Tomorrow the Ducks game is going to be on. They're going to be playing UCLA in the Pac-12 tournament. But after the game, once it's over, and